seated. Everybody has the correct notepad. Everybody good?
Yep. Just as you sat down, people went out of it.
Give us a second, members of the jury.
Oh, it's nice. It's the plug.
I'll log off and then go back in. I'm ready, Judge. Okay, I'll make sure we're connected.
Should automatically connect you.
We're connected, all right. Members of the jury, welcome back. Hope you had a pleasant evening. Hope you've had a good morning. I told you what time we expect to go through today. Tomorrow we're looking at the entire day. And because of scheduling issues, Friday is still up in the air. All right, recognizing all of that, where we last left off, defense, Mr. Cifuentes, we were at your cross.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Ms. Diaz, I know yesterday we talked about you being certified level 3 as a CSI, but I'm wondering if you could talk about important concepts, being someone who collects evidence. Can you explain the importance of documenting the chain of custody to the jury?
Yes, the chain of custody is important. We always need to make sure that there are initials or that there's a paper trail showing that we always know where that item of evidence is located.
All right, and what are potential consequences of the failure to document how an investigation is conducted and how evidence is collected?
I'm sorry.
Can you tell the jurors
Yes.
the potential consequences of a failure to properly document the collection of evidence?
Okay. So as far as us not properly documenting evidence, then that goes with the investigation, right? Could mess up an investigation, what a detective is trying to find, what a detective is trying to see, things of that nature.
I don't know if your microphone is on, and I don't know if that's the equipment fault or... I'm just wondering if the jurors were able to hear. Okay. All right. So could it adversely affect the legitimacy of an investigation if
Yeah.
things aren't documented?
Yes.
All right, and I assume that you, being a level 3, meticulously want to document who is in your crime scene, correct?
Correct.
All right. And would you agree with me that you are required to abide by the San Antonio General Manual, correct?
Correct.
And you also have standard operating procedures for CSIs, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that procedure 701.07, which is entitled, well, 701 is entitled crime scene duties, do you agree, correct?
Yes.
And 701.07 is officers' UETI, specific crime scene responsibilities. Can you tell us what a UETI is?
Yes, they are uniformed evidence detective investigators. So they do patrol work, but they also help, or they can help assist in crime scenes. Some of the crime scenes that they process on their own are mainly family violences, burglary of vehicles, things of that nature. But they are allowed to assist a crime scene investigator with the supervisor approval as well.
All right, now, going backwards to a concept that's important, is a CSI allowed to alter any evidence?
No,
And why is that?
because then it does not show the evidence as it properly was shown the day of. So we are not allowed to alter any evidence, any photos, anything of that nature.
And if there's a question about the accuracy of your collection, are you required to write an amended report explaining potential error or reasons for the discrepancy?
Yes,
Did you write any reports in this case?
yes, I wrote 2 reports.
Okay, but did you write any report explaining any discrepancies that may have arisen?
No,
All right. Did Detective Soto ask you to explain anything?
no,
All right. Now, you would agree that the general manual applies to all members of the police department, correct?
correct,
And the chief of police is a member of the police department as well, correct?
correct,
And you would agree that procedure 701.07 requires a patrol supervisor to complete form 4130, correct?
correct,
For all scenes where there's an officer-involved shooting, correct?
correct,
And that is the responsibility of the patrol supervisor, as you testified yesterday, correct?
yes,
Now, you understand that on this particular day, 3 patrol supervisors, Alfred Flores, Matthew Robertson, and I believe it was Edwin Rivera, all were required to go downtown to the public safety headquarters homicide unit to give statements. You understand that, correct?
yes,
And so they weren't allowed to assume their roles as a patrol supervisor, from your understanding, correct?
correct.
And so would the responsibility of filling out Form 4130 go to Lieutenant Podwicka, who was the higher ranking person on scene?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did Lieutenant Podwicka ever tell you to fill out Form 4130 or to sign in on 4130?
No,
Do you know why 4130 was not created?
no.
And
May I ask, what is 4130 though?
4130 is the crime scene personnel policy
So
that's required by procedure 701.07.
I do not recall if there was an officer who was actively writing down a crime scene log. I do not recall on this case, but I have been to previous scenes where I have to process, and there usually is a patrol officer who is writing down names, badge numbers. But I do not recall on this particular day if there was or was not.
Right. So in your past experience, that is the practice per the general manual.
Yes, correct,
That Form 4130 is filled out when there's an officer involved shooting, correct?
correct.
All right. And I don't want to criticize you, but why it wasn't filled out is beyond your pay grade, right?
Yes,
And so we would have to ask either the chief of police or Lieutenant Podwicka why that happened, correct?
I do not know who you would need to ask, but I know that responsibility does not lie on myself.
All right. Now, you've told us that it's important to maintain the chain of custody. It's important to have 4130 filled out, and you can't alter evidence. If someone were to go into the crime scene and there was no record of it, would that concern you?
Yes,
Okay, and why is that?
because then the crime scene could be altered.
All right, and prior to testifying today, probably about, 35 minutes ago, did I ask you to view certain videos?
Yes,
And I can show them to you again, but I'm going to ask you questions, and if you want to see them again, I can show them to you, okay?
okay,
All right, would you agree with me that you saw clips of Officer Rubio, Alfaro, Andrade, and Robertson's body worn cameras?
yes,
And would you agree with me that by looking at all of those videos, we see that William McManus walked under the crime scene tape at approximately 3:15:59?
Yes.
All right. And that at 3:16:17, he walked towards Unit 3102 into the breezeway?
Yes.
All right. And that at 3:17:04, he exited Unit 3102 at the breezeway?
Yes.
And that at 3:17:07, he moved in front of the patio rails of apartment 3102?
Yes.
And that he exited under the crime scene tape at 3:19:48?
Yes.
All right, so would you agree with me that based upon those timestamps on the video that he was at the crime scene for 3 minutes and 38 seconds?
Correct.
All right. And when I say crime scene, we're talking about inside the tape area.
Correct.
And we know from Defendant's Exhibit 1, he was at 6200 Old Pearsall Road for approximately an hour, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, would you agree with me that your cameras use digital media to collect film or images, correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury, if you know, what metadata is for that media?
No, I would not be able to explain that. I'm sorry.
Okay, but do you know what metadata is?
Yes.
All right. Do you, are you trained that metadata for your film, the photographs that you take, have a time and date stamp on it?
Yes.
And so, when Chief McManus was in the crime scene, if we were to look at your metadata on your digital photographs, we could see where you were located, correct?
Correct.
All right. And has the prosecution asked you to bring any metadata to court to see where you were?
No.
All right. Now, let's talk about the corner bedroom. You understand that there's 3 bedrooms, right?
Yes.
And so we're clear, there's a bedroom to the left of the patio, right?
Yes.
And that's where Santos de la Rosa was residing.
Okay.
You understand?
Yes.
And then there's the corner bedroom that had 2 bunk beds.
I did not go to those bedrooms.
Okay, did you go to the master bedroom?
No.
Okay. And I don't blame you, so don't take it as a slight, but had someone told you to go to the corner bedroom to measure the dimensions of the bunk beds, you would have done a stellar job, I'm sure, right?
Yes.
And so what you would have done is you would have measured the height of the bunk beds, correct?
Correct.
You would have measured the width and length,
Yes.
and you would have picked a corner of the bunk bed and measured the distance of that corner to a fixed point.
Correct.
And you would have also determined the distance from the window to the bunk bed, correct?
Yes.
And you would have determined the distance between the door to that bedroom to the bunk bed.
Yes.
And that didn't happen.
No.
And you indicated that you did not go to the master bedroom?
No, I did not.
All right. May I approach the exhibits?
Yes.
Are you looking for the batteries and stuff?
Yeah. believe this has been marked for identification as Defense Exhibit 105. If we could scooch it a little bit so we could, whoops. Okay. If this was in the bedroom, you wouldn't have been able to see it, correct?
No, I would not have seen it.
And next one. And that's Exhibit 104. If that was in the master bedroom, you would not have been able to see it, correct?
No.
You agree?
Well, I did not see this at all, so I don't know where it was located at.
But if it was in the master bedroom,
Correct.
or if it was in the corner bedroom, you wouldn't have seen it.
Correct.
And I believe we're looking at Defendant's Exhibit 102. Same question. If it was either in the master bedroom or the corner bedroom, you would not have seen it.
Correct.
And Exhibit 101. If that was in the corner bedroom or the master bedroom, you would not have seen it.
Correct.
All right. And were you directed to the battery that was outside the front door between Unit 3101 and 3102?
No, I was not.
Had you been directed to look for those items, I assume you would have collected them?
Yes, and we also would have looked in those bedrooms, but we were not directed to look for any batteries.
All right. So you weren't told to look for evidence of her destroying the fire alarm system, were you?
Correct. Well, the only thing that I was directed to photograph was the closet with the fire alarm, the wires cut.
Okay, I understand that the fire department calls that the fire control access panel, which is a room on the side of the building. Is that what your understanding is?
Yes.
Okay, and who directed you to take those photographs?
Sergeant Johnson. I'm not sure if he was a sergeant or detective at the time, sorry, but it was Johnson, and it's on my report.
All right, and so I assume that as a good CSI, you take direction from your supervisors?
Correct.
You don't just go all rogue and look for anything that you feel like looking for?
Correct.
All right. Now, if I may approach, I don't know where the diagram is of the...
Yes.
I'll get it for you then. You want to try it? Sure.
I appreciate the assistance from my co-counsel. I'm kind of old here, so...
Yes.
All right. Let me figure out how to get out of everybody's way. We're taking a look at, it's 28C. All right, the crime scene diagram. All right, so we know based upon Officer Rojas' body-worn camera that at a specific point in time, and that point in time was 1:47, that Melissa Perez was behind the couch close to where this C is on the diagram, and it's to the right side of the living room close to the hallway. Do you agree with me? That's where I'm pointing?
Correct.
And if we were to draw a line straight down, you would probably come to the third or the first column of the patio windows, right?
Yes.
Okay, so keep in mind that that's a start point, and that's 1:47. If Rojas' body-worn camera also showed that Melissa Perez ran from right to left around this couch and then ran to the patio window in the opening, and we've seen photographs of the opening. And for purposes of this diagram, it says 11, and it has the 1 foot mark, correct?
Correct.
All right. So if the body worn camera shows that she traveled that distance between 1:40:47 and 1:40:50, that would be a span of 3 seconds, correct?
Correct.
Did anyone ask you to measure the distance that would be?
No.
And if you knew that she had assaulted someone and you were to gather all the relevant information as to how quickly she attacked, you would have measured that if you believed it was relevant, correct?
The person who did the diagram would have done that if
Okay.
asked to.
All right. But you weren't asked to.
No. I also didn't create the diagram.
Okay. Now, understanding that, we do know that Melissa Perez at 1:52:53 was in the middle of this bedroom, and that's the bedroom where Santos de la Rosa was located. So this is the one left to the left of the living room, right?
Yes.
So if you can imagine that she's in the middle of this bedroom, and let's just say that it was at just below where this M is, or right where the M is. That's a start point. If she traveled out the door, down the hallway, across and back to the same window again, and the same opening where we have 11 and the 1 foot mark, had someone been directed to one of the CSIs, and I know you weren't responsible for this diagram, but had a sergeant asked one of the CSIs to measure that distance, that would have been done, correct?
Correct.
And we would know how quickly Melissa Perez traveled in 3 seconds, because between 1:52:53 and when Villalobos was told, "Hey, V, get out," that was 3 seconds. So knowing what you know is moving from this location where the M is in the bedroom, out the door, down the hallway, and across the living room, is that moving pretty quickly for 3 seconds?
I would say so.
All right. Oh. Why? Not done. If Melissa Perez was in front of this TV at zero...
Take a witness on board, Doctor.
Yes.
Ms. Diaz, have you watched any of the videos from the crime scene?
Any of the body
From the
cam?
body-worn camera?
No.
Okay. You didn't do the diagram?
No.
Is he asking you to speculate about information? He's just assuming that he knows that you don't know?
Correct.
Okay. I would object to that line of questioning.
Judge, there's evidence in the record that what I'm asking her hypothetically did in fact happen. And all I'm asking her is, did anyone ask her to measure that distance, and could any CSI have measured that distance?
All right, so I'm just going to instruct the witness to only answer that if you have personal knowledge and you know.
I'm going to point to, on this diagram, we have I'm assuming it's a right elbow of a body. If right below this point, if you were asked to measure this as a starting point to the corner of the couch and back to the window where it says 11 and it has the hash mark for foot, you are capable of measuring that distance, correct?
Correct.
And any CSI present could have measured that distance, correct?
If directed, yes.
All right. To your knowledge, was anyone asked to measure that?
No.
appreciate the help of youth.
I believe it's upside down.
This is upside down.
Sure.
All right, so this is Exhibit 65, and I'm trying to use this pen point. I'll use this one so we don't mess it up. I'm pointing to an area, for the record, is beneath the Venetian blinds. Would you agree?
Correct.
And it looks like this is divided up into 1, 2, 3 panes.
Yes.
And so going left to right, I'm pointing to the third pane underneath the Venetian blinds, somewhat to the right of the middle of that pane. Would you agree?
Yes.
All right. So imagining that point, did anyone ask you to measure the distance from that height to the ground?
No.
Had you or any other CSI been asked to measure that distance, you could have easily done so, correct?
Yes, but I do not know if they were asked or not. I know I personally was not asked.
Okay. So,
Just right in front of you. In front of you.
in your report, you would agree there's no indication that that was measured, correct?
Correct.
And understanding what you testified about documentation and the importance of documentation, would you agree that if you didn't document that it happened, that it was not measured?
Correct.
All right. And again, it's not your fault. You weren't told. Now, did anyone ask you, stand up please. Yeah, assuming this is Alfred Flores, did anyone ask you to measure the height of Alfred Flores to the top of his head?
No.
And I'm sorry to Mario, he just got a haircut. I don't mean to mess it up. All right, so did anyone ask you to measure the height of the back of his head where I'm pointing the pen to the ground?
No.
Had you been asked to do so, would you have been able to do so?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and it was not documented in your report anywhere, correct?
Correct.
So would you agree that that didn't happen?
Correct. So I was not asked to take any measurements or directed to take any measurements.
All right, so had we had measurements on the window where the hammer hit, and had we had measurements for Alfred Flores, we would have a really good idea of how close that hammer came to striking Alfred Flores, correct?
I can speculate that yes.
All right. Now, your video camera is different from the body-worn cameras, correct?
Correct.
Not to disparage the body-worn cameras, and we're glad they exist, but would you agree that your cameras have higher quality than police body-worn cameras?
I'm not familiar with their body-worn cameras, so I would not know.
Okay. Would you agree that your body-worn cameras don't have a fisheye?
I don't have a body-worn camera.
I'm sorry.
The digital camera?
Your video camera that you use for crime scene documentation has a normal
Yes.
lens, right?
Correct.
So it doesn't warp walls and bend them and curve them, right?
Correct.
And so would you agree that it's more accurate than a fisheye in depicting reality?
In my opinion, yes.
All right. And would you agree that a fisheye lens, from your experience, can distort distances?
Yes.
And so distances can appear a lot farther than they really are, correct?
Correct.
And let me go back to this diagram if I may. I'm going to point to, and this is 28C, I'm going to point to the hallway between the kitchen and the living room, the open area, and to the right of the left wall. You understand where I'm pointing?
Yes.
Did anyone ask you to measure the distance from where I'm pointing to the patio door?
Like I previously stated, I was not directed to take any measurements.
All right. And you didn't document taking any such measurement, correct?
Correct.
And since there was no documentation of that measurement, you would agree it was not done?
Correct.
All right. And if...
Microphone.
Give it back?
Yes.
Oh, okay, it's hers, oh, okay.
Yes. Thank you.
And if you had been told that that information was relevant, you would have taken that measurement, correct?
Yes.
Now, I don't know if I asked you yesterday, but if this is repetitive, I apologize. Were you asked to search for any wire cutters or pliers?
No.
All right. And I think you already testified that you did not find any crowbar or pry bar.
Other than the hammer, having those pry mark or pry tool.
All right. And so I understand from your testimony yesterday that after 2 search warrants, you were able to find 16 shell casings, correct?
Correct.
But only were able to find 10 bullet fragments, correct?
Correct.
So based upon that collection of evidence, can we conclude that you were unable to recover 6 bullets if in fact 16 were fired?
Correct.
All right. Now, the window screen that we saw on the patio, you would agree that you did not collect that?
Correct.
And you would agree that you were not told that it was damaged by any police officer, correct?
Correct.
Had you been told that it was essential to collect that because it would prove that police officers committed criminal mischief or burglary, you would have collected that, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, I can show you one video. Ask you if you measured the distance that we see in this video.
For the record, can you state the exhibit number of the video you're showing?
Well, this is going to be Nathaniel Villalobos video, and if I can have Christian help me out with that. Stage 3. I hope the sound is working. Oops. All right, so that's, let me come up with the timestamp. That's Nathaniel Villalobos video. It's, the timestamp here is 01:51:47. I believe it goes on for about 5 seconds. Did anyone ask you to measure the distance between this gap and the deadbolt?
As previously stated, I was not asked to take any measurements.
All right. And would you agree that we hear on this video the sound of the deadbolt being unlocked?
I was not listening for that, so
Okay. Did you hear it then?
yes,
All right. And did you see his hand reach for the deadbolt?
yes,
All right. And would you agree that it appears that he unlocked the door?
yes.
All right. Now, would you agree with me that if there are photographs that clearly show a gap between the TV and the right pillar frame of the patio window, we can rely upon that photograph as being more accurate than the diagram?
At this point, yes, because there's not a measurement.
All right. I just want to make sure that Defense Exhibit 97 has been introduced and the affidavit to this for the search warrant. All right.
Those have been admitted.
Pass the witness.
David, Judge, just very briefly, I'm going to show you Defense 17. Thanks, Bill. Okay. CSIs collect evidence.
Yes,
Evidence of a crime.
yes,
If you had that blue gun right there and you shot me, that gun would be the instrumentality of a crime.
correct,
If a felony had been committed in this closet, whatever cut those wires was the instrumentality of that crime.
correct.
Did you see any pliers, to Ben's point? Did you see any pliers?
I did not.
Hardware scissors,
No,
sharp knife, wire cutters? Did you see anything like that out in the apartment?
no,
Did you collect, or did anyone, to your knowledge, collect anything like that in the apartment?
no,
So it could have been destroyed by the time you were in there collecting evidence?
could be possible.
Could have been concealed or tampered with by the time you were in there collecting evidence?
Correct, or
Yeah.
could have
Please.
been put away prior to me getting into the crime scene or anyone getting into the crime scene.
That's fair. But nobody, to your knowledge, looked for it to collect it?
Correct,
Okay. And then we talked briefly the other day, when you're coming out to a scene, you have access to these guys too, correct? An IDR?
yes,
And the IDR on this call for service said, cut alarm wires. Do you want me to let you read it?
yes. Okay, where are you seeing what's
Sure.
cut? Yes,
Okay. So we know that the crime that was on the IDR, the call for service was that some instrument of the crime had cut those wires.
correct.
Right. How many crime scenes do you think you've been to in your entire career?
Numerous,
What's the number? 100, 500, 1,000?
hundreds. I
Okay.
couldn't say how many hundred, but hundreds.
How many times in your career have you gone back out 1 year later to look for something?
Never,
The one time in history you've done that.
yes,
And that 1 year later, when you went back out to this crime scene to look for evidence, I guess that had been missed the first time, did you take the Leica machine then?
no. We were not directed to take the Leica machine, just to cut in through the walls to try to get the fragments that could not have been retrieved the day of, because there was still electricity going through and the water.
Thank you. And the Leica machine, just so that you're, because we've heard a lot of Leica talk, right? It's a tripod and it's like an AutoCAD. It's like a surveying machine. And it takes a picture of every little object and every little thing in the room and gives you the exact distance to everything in a 3D model in the room, right?
Correct.
So will you hold this gun, please? If you don't want to point a gun at me, how about point it at me
Okay,
like
I'll
that? All right. So it would matter if we were trying to analyze data from a crime scene, if I was this far away from you, and the Leica machine could show relative to objects in the room how far away I was,
Correct.
or how far away I was from here,
Correct.
or how far away I was from here,
Correct.
or how far away I was from here.
Yes.
I won't get any closer, thank you. And so even going out a year later, for the first time ever in your career, across hundreds and hundreds of crime scenes, because something was missed the first time, didn't take the Leica the second time.
No.
Pass the witness.
Okay, there's no more questions.
All right, you are.
Okay.
Maybe this witness be released.
We don't have any yet. All right. State, you can call your next witness.
We'll call Dr. David Lynch.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court report?
Hi, my name is Dr. David Lynch, spelled Lynch.
You may want to you can adjust that microphone. Make sure he can hear you. All right, state.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lynch. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your occupation is and how you are, what you've done in your education, training, and experiences to qualify you for that position?
Sure, I am a medical examiner and I work for the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office. To become a medical examiner, you must complete 4 years of college, 4 years of medical school, generally a 4-year pathology residency, and a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology. I completed college in 2004 at Creighton University in Omaha, Nebraska. I graduated from medical school, also from Creighton University in 2011. I came down to San Antonio after that and completed a 4-year pathology residency in 2015. After which I completed a 1-year fellowship in hematopathology, which is a study of leukemias and lymphomas. That was in New Mexico and completed in 2016. After which I came back to San Antonio and practiced general pathology for approximately 6 years. And at that point, I pivoted towards forensic pathology, completed a forensic pathology fellowship at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office, which completed in 2023. And I've been working as a staff forensic pathologist there ever since.
The word that you repeated most, and you're talking about your qualifications and training with the word pathology. Can you tell the jury what forensic pathology is?
Sure. So to describe forensic pathology, I should say what pathology is, and that is the study of everything that can go wrong with the body. This is natural disease, this is trauma. Pathologists will be the people, the doctors, who will diagnose biopsies taken from bodies. They perform autopsies at hospitals, they run the laboratories, those kinds of things. And forensic pathology is specific training in death investigation. Forensic pathologists will take jurisdiction when a death is sudden and unexpected. So someone who will die in a hospital because of heart disease or cancer, forensic pathologists will not see that person. But someone who dies not under a doctor's care or who dies an unnatural death, this could be a drug overdose, motor vehicle collision, gunshot wounds. Those are the kinds of cases that will come to a medical examiner who is a forensic pathologist.
And the medical examiner's office themselves is not a part of any law enforcement agency. You have kind of an independent jurisdiction by statute.
Correct. And what we do is by Texas law, and we are independent from prosecution, from defense, from law enforcement. We are an independent institution.
Now, as your duties under the statutes allow you to check into the cause and manner of death of a person, how do you go about doing that?
Sure. When someone passes away and we have jurisdiction of that case, we will generally perform an examination on the body. This starts with going to the place where the person passed away. So typically, one of our medical legal investigators will go to the scene. They will document what it looks like at the scene, what position the body is in, those types of things. They will take charge of the body and direct it to come back to the medical examiner's office. Generally, the following morning, an examination will take place. Most of the time, this will be an autopsy, which is an examination of the outside of the body, any clothing or material that's on the body. The body is then cleaned, and the internal organs of the body are examined as well. All this to look for natural disease and trauma. During the course of the examination, we may order tests, typically toxicology testing. We will perform x-rays sometimes. And after all that is completed, we will make a determination on the cause of death and the manner of death. The cause of death is why is someone dead, and that could be because of a heart attack, because it could be because of a drug overdose. It's a fill in the blank, what we think caused the death. The manner of death, however, there are only 5 choices: natural, accident, homicide, suicide, and undetermined. Natural would be if someone passed away solely due to natural disease. Accidents tend to be drug overdoses and car crashes. Suicide is self-explanatory, I think. Homicide is death at the hands of another, and undetermined is if we don't have enough information to decide.
So in your capacity as a medical examiner, as a pathologist at the medical examiner's office, do you routinely perform autopsies?
Yes.
In your career, can you estimate about how many you've done?
Approximately 800 to 900.
And have you testified before regarding any pathological findings you've made or any autopsies you've performed?
I have.
On few or many occasions?
It's approximately a dozen.
Okay. Under your lab case number 2023-1552, did you perform an autopsy on a woman named Melissa Perez?
Yes.
I can approach you.
Yes.
See what's been marked as. What's the next number, Daryl?
Should be 158.
Thank you. Case Exhibit 158. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what are you looking at?
This is a photograph of the face of Melissa Perez with the case number from the medical examiner's office of 2023-1552.
And does that fairly inaccurately appear as Melissa Perez did on your exam table? Back on what date was that?
I believe it was June 23rd of 2023, and yes, it does.
Okay. And I would offer what's been marked as State's Exhibit 158.
Oh, it's admitted.
If I can briefly publish it for the jury, Your Honor.
Yes.
Are you one of the custodians of records at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
And as a custodian of record, do the autopsy reports that you create, are they kept in the ordinary course of business at the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
And
We don't have any objection to the report.
in that case, I will offer what's been marked as State's Exhibit 159,
All right, then that's admitted.
showing you State's Exhibit 159. What are we looking at?
This is a copy of the autopsy report that I produced on this case, including the toxicology report and a body diagram.
Okay. And how are you able to tell that is what it appears to be?
I have the original document, which I compared to, and it appears identical. The report is as I remember it, and it has my signature on it.
Okay. And can you describe then, and I can leave this, you have your own copy of it with you, don't you? Can you describe then, as you began her autopsy, kind of the general examination of what you observed when she came in?
So the autopsy report begins with a general examination, which just states what does the body look like. Is it an adult or a child? How tall they are, what they weigh, and what they are wearing.
And in this instance, did you make a notation about how tall she was?
Yes, it is 61 inches, which would be 5 feet 1 inch.
And how much did she weigh?
135 pounds.
Okay. And after you complete your general examination, what's the next step?
After this, I will describe the external examination, and this is head to toe. Does the body appear normally formed? Are there any scars or tattoos, those kinds of things? Any abnormalities?
And did you find anything significant regarding her cause and manner and death from doing your initial external examination?
Yes, but that is included under the evidence of injury.
Okay. Before we get to the evidence of injury, did you also note any evidence of some kind of medical intervention?
Yes, there's a section in the report for evidence of medical intervention, and I describe what I found there. So these are tubes inserting into the body, medical dressing that's on the body, those kinds of things.
You had mentioned that in instances where a body is located, that you will send your medical examiner's investigator to the crime scene?
Correct.
And do they also take pictures when they're there?
Yes.
Okay. And do they make notations for you in your records about the condition of the body and where it was found, and have some kind of information about the setting?
Yes, our investigators will prepare a report for us before we begin the exam.
Okay. And you would have had that here?
Yes.
Right. And then when you started looking into what the evidence of injury was in this case, what were your findings?
The major findings are 2 gunshot wounds. The first gunshot wound is to the right breast, and this projectile goes through the liver, it goes through the aorta, and then it goes through the rib on the left side before being lodged in the body.
Okay. And you had prepared, and it's admitted as part of your autopsy, a diagram as well, right?
Correct.
And in this diagram, does it illustrate the placement of the wound that you saw?
Yes, and it's labeled as GSW number 1, or gunshot wound number 1.
Okay, and let me put this on the screen as we talk about this. This is exhibit 159. Can you see that, Doctor?
Yes.
Okay, you talked, first of all, the first injury you talked about, you had marked as gunshot wound number 1 that entered the right breast. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I guess using my body, I'm using the diagram or so. So it entered from this side, and on the diagram, you've got it indicated there, GSW number 1 entry.
Correct.
First of all, how can you tell whether it's an entry wound or an exit wound?
In general, entry wounds are circular. They tend to have a rim of abrasion or scraping of the skin, as opposed to an exit wound, which tends to be irregular. In this case, there's no distinction to be made because the one wound I have leads to a bullet.
Okay, and you find a bullet that started that entered in the right breast and ended lodged in the body in another place.
In the left back.
The left back. Okay. And with respect to these injuries, did you take photographs of each of them?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 160 through 173. So take a look through these and let me know if you recognize these.
These are photographs from the autopsy.
Are these all the photos that you took at autopsy or just a select few?
This is a selection.
Okay, and did they fairly and accurately depict what you saw from your own eyes when you were conducting the examination?
Yes.
I will offer what's been marked as State's Exhibits 160 to 173.
David, no object.
All right, they're admitted.
Thank you. With respect to gunshot wound number 1 that you saw, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 169. What are we looking at here?
This is a view from the right side of the body near the blue postcard is a irregular defect. This is the entry gunshot wound on the right breast.
And as it entered the right breast, how did it travel through the body into the location where you found it in the lower back?
It goes from right to left, front to back, and downward.
Downward. Do you have a measurement of the angle downward? Is it the angle from where it entered to where it ended up?
I don't have an angle measurement. That's not typically, it's not standard practice, but it gives a general idea of the direction of the bullet.
Is there any way in your field of science and in your ability to discern the path of the bullet, whether the bullet was a direct shot from here to there, or did it ricochet off bones or ribs or anything of that nature where it changed its direction?
As I do the autopsy and I look for the wound track, I can tell if it's approximately a straight line or not. I didn't see any significant deviation from that in this case.
Okay, so it's slightly downward. Is that how you described it? Or downward? I don't want to use words that you're not using.
Yes, I use the word downward.
Downward. And in your efforts to locate the bullet and bullet fragment inside the body, did you use an X-ray, or how did you find the metal component inside her body?
Yes, an X-ray was performed prior to examination, so I knew the approximate location of the bullet.
Okay, and then did you go about as part of your examination to retrieve that bullet?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 164. What do we see here?
This is a view from the back side of the body. I made an incision in the left side of the body through which the bullet is visible.
State's Exhibit 165.
This is a close-up of the same bullet.
And State's Exhibit 166.
This is a picture of the bullet after it's been removed from the body and cleaned, and it's next to the evidence envelope labeled with the case number.
Okay, and then how did you preserve the tracking of this bullet? Would you be able to recognize it again from the packaging that you put it in?
Yes.
Okay. So that's gunshot number 1, right here on your diagram, right? Did you find any other evidence of injury?
Yes, there was a second gunshot wound, which is on the inner part of the upper right arm.
That point to your diagram, is that here?
Correct.
Okay, now, you talked about it being inner part of the arm. Is this an injury that can
be made without the arm being raised?
Right, so this is the axilla or the armpit. This is a part of the body which would not be exposed unless the arm was raised.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as Case Exhibit 167. Is this a photograph of the gunshot wound number 2 that you have in your report?
Yes.
Okay. And we can see it's in the right armpit, correct?
Yes.
And did you track that wound to find out how the bullet passed through the body here?
Yes. So this bullet goes into the armpit. It strikes the 2 major vessels which are in the arm, and then it proceeds out through the upper right back. The path of this wound is right to left, front to back, and slightly upward. But this is described with the arm in standard anatomic position. The body diagram that we've been looking at is standard anatomic position. It's not to imply that that is the position the body was in when it was shot.
Okay. But if the arm was at her side, the bullet wouldn't be able to enter in that location without it striking another part of the body, is that fair to say?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Case Exhibit 162. What do we see there?
This is an image of the back of the head and the back, and there's an exit gunshot wound on the upper right back.
Okay.
That corresponds to gunshot wound number 2.
Okay. So, kind of to be clear, the entry that happened under the arm, that bullet exited her back right there that we see next to the praying hands there, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in describing the path of that bullet, you described the last bullet being downward. How do you describe the track of that bullet?
Again, this was right to left, front to back, and slightly upward with the body in standard anatomic position.
Okay. Now, did you see any other injuries to Ms. Perez's body?
Yes, there were scattered abrasions or scrapes on various parts of the body.
In kind of what locations?
They were on the face, they were on the abdomen, the right arm, as well as the thighs.
It's Exhibit 70, for instance, does that document some of those abrasions that you speak of?
Yes, these are 2 red appearing abrasions on the right side of the abdomen.
It's Exhibit 172.
Again, these are abrasions on the right forearm.
And did she have some injuries to her hands or fingers?
Yes, there was a small abrasion under an adhesive bandage on her right middle finger.
Now, with respect to the gunshot wound number 2, the one that was kind of in the right armpit or so, have you had a chance to see this exhibit before? States Exhibit 174.
I've seen either this or something similar to it in the past.
Okay. And from looking at this exhibit, well, let me offer it. This is from a still shot from Thompson's body-worn camera, marked States Exhibit 174, which I'll offer. 174. Let me show it up here. This is dated 6/23, 23, time 2:02:13. From the pictures, I kind of move it toward the center there. Can you see a firearm that is firing kind of at this moment, captured on this screenshot?
It appears so, yes.
Okay. And in this picture, can you see a woman in the background with her arm raised?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible that this bullet that was fired at this time is the same bullet that struck her in the location that you had found in gunshot wound?
I'm not object speculation. I don't think he's been able to establish that he could do a trajectory of just from looking at a photograph.
I didn't ask him if he was certain. I asked him if it was possible and consistent with what he sees.
All right, so you can only answer that if you have personal knowledge and if you know. If you don't know, just say so.
Yes, this arrangement between the firearm and the body is consistent with gunshot wound number 2.
Okay. Now, you've identified all the injuries that you saw and observed, right?
Those are the major ones, yes.
Okay. And did you also do an internal examination?
Yes.
Tell us what you did with an internal examination.
During an internal examination, all of the organs are examined as they lay in the body to make sure they're where they should be, they're normally formed, after which they're generally removed one by one and dissected, looking for natural disease and trauma.
Okay, and did you find anything in your internal examination that had any mechanism as to her cause and manner of death?
Only what I described with the damage done with gunshot wound number 1, which was the liver and the aorta and a left rib were injured.
As part of your autopsy, also did you perform a toxicology?
Yes.
And tell us why you perform a toxicology on such an examination.
Toxicology is routinely run on the vast majority of our cases, and it's always run when it's a suspected homicide. In this case, so out of the hundreds of drugs that we test for, which are prescription and illicit, the only thing that was detected was ethanol, which is drinking alcohol, what would be found in beer or wine or liquor. And the concentration was 0.145.
Does that have any legal significance in the concentration that you found?
Legal intoxication is defined as 0.08, so this is more than that level.
During your examination, did you find any evidence of disease that would keep her from living a normal, active life, but for the gunshot wounds?
I did not find any significant natural disease.
So, based on your autopsy, do you have an opinion as to the cause of death of Melissa Perez?
Yes.
And what was the cause of her death?
The cause of death is both gunshot wounds that we described.
And the manner of death?
And the manner of death is homicide, and it's worth pointing out that from a medical examiner perspective, homicide is a medical determination. The death was caused by another individual or individuals. It is not a determination one way or the other on wrongdoing.
Are you able to make any conclusions about how close or how far the firearm was away from Ms. Perez when the gun was fired?
When we look at gunshot wounds, we look for evidence of close range firing. In my world, that's defined as about 3 feet or so. Within that range, it's not just the bullet that comes out, but gunpowder particles and soot, other things which can be deposited on the body. I did not find any evidence of that. However, the abrasions that we talked about that were scattered on the body, these are the kinds of things that can be seen when a bullet goes through an intermediary object or something else. It could be a window, a wall, some other object. When that happens, the bullet will carry with it some other fragments, and those can leave marks on the body, similar to what we saw.
And I want to draw your attention back to the bullet you pulled from Ms. Perez's back. Show you what's been marked as evidence. This states Exhibit 153. Okay. Do you recognize this packaging here? Please take a look at it.
It is packaging that was not done by me. It's labeled with Bexar County Criminal Investigation Laboratory.
Okay, that's Bexar County Criminal Investigation Laboratory. Is that located in the same building as the Bexar County Medical Examiner's office?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to open this up and tell me if you recognize what's contained in here. Okay. By the way, before I just cut it, was this sealed?
Yes.
Inside, what do we see?
This is a sealed brown paper bag, again labeled with a crime lab sticker.
Okay, and I'm labeling that as States Exhibit 153A. Okay. And I'm going to cut into this. This is also sealed, is it not?
It is.
We already have 153A. Did you just label it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, then the inner bag. Oh, did I have that as? I don't think so. Cheryl, can you look at our list? Did we have a 153A?
I'm not sure if 153A or 153 fragment. I'm sure we didn't have one.
Okay, I've opened up 153A, right? And inside it, I have how many more envelopes?
There are 5 envelopes.
Okay. Which I will label 153. A1, 153 A2, 153 A3, 153 A4, 153 A5. Okay, with respect to these 5 envelopes, will you take a look at these? How many of you have seen them before?
Yes, this is evidence which I collected at the time of the autopsy and sealed into these envelopes.
Okay, and how are you able to tell that?
All are labeled with the autopsy case number. All have my initials on the label and signature on the back over the evidence tape labeled with the date of the autopsy, which was 6/23-23.
Okay, and with respect to these items, what are the items that you collected at autopsy that you put into these envelopes? And if you'll refer to them by number.
State's Exhibit 153A1 is left fingernail clippers with clipper. 153A2 is right fingernail clippings with clipper. 153A3 is projectile from left back. 153A4 is projectile fragments from surface of left shoulder. And 153A5 is loose foreign material.
Okay, we'll talk about those last two first here. What the loose form material, where did you find that, those items? And feel that it was necessary to collect it?
Between the legs, there was a small gray fragment of foreign material. I didn't recognize it as a bullet or a bullet fragment, but I elected to collect it as evidence.
Okay, when you talk about the fragments from the left shoulder, tell us what you observed there.
And I didn't mention this before, but upon first examining the body, there were 2 small metallic fragments on the top part of the left shoulder. They appeared to be projectile fragments, and I collected them.
Okay, do we know if they're metal or plastic or wood or anything?
They appeared to be metal.
Okay. And with respect to 153, is it A3? Is that the bullet you recovered from the autopsy?
Yes.
The one found in in her the left back that we saw the photo of, right?
Correct.
Okay. And with respect to that exhibit, does it look like it was forwarded for further testing?
Yes.
Okay. And then the envelope itself that you have after the further testing, was it sealed and returned in this envelope? The same envelope you had?
Correct. There is an additional evidence seal.
Okay, since the time you initially sealed it?
Yes.
Right? Okay. Thank you. And I would offer all these exhibits, 153A and 153A1, A2, A3, A4, and A5.
They're admitted.
Put that over on that side, please. And thank you, Dr. Lynch. I don't have any other questions. I pass the witness.
All right, Judge, may I proceed?
Yes.
Microphone. Sure, might be great.
Let's go ahead and take a short break.
All right for the jury? question?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Lynch, Jason Dawson, I represent the officers in this case. And I guess I want to start by talking about your position. So you're a deputy medical examiner,
Correct.
right? Who's the chief medical examiner?
That's Dr. Molina.
Kimberly Molina. And I want to talk a little bit about how that position is established. So you would agree that her position is established, and then she has people like you, doctors like you, forensic pathologists like you, come on as her deputies that help her to perform her duties.
Correct.
Right. And so that position is established by law, right?
Yes.
And the law says that in counties of our size, that there shall be a chief medical examiner that performs autopsies, right?
Yes.
Right. And just to give a little, I guess, a little background, autopsies are to be performed unless there's a few circumstances not. Unless it's a death in the hospital that is pretty clear exactly what was going on and what happened, or under the care of a physician, like somebody who is in hospice, and they have a physician that can certify that they've had a terminal disease, things like that. You wouldn't be performing autopsies on that.
Depending on the circumstances, if there are no suspicions for anything unnatural contributing or causing death, then you're correct. The treating physician would sign the death certificate.
Yeah, I mean, because that's right. Because when Nico was DA and we were in the DA's office, we prosecuted Janine Jones, who was a nurse who was killing babies in the hospital, and that would be a situation where you would definitely want to have an autopsy, right?
Yes.
But I guess what I'm trying to say is that really, under law, your position has been established to really investigate accidents, suicides, homicides, or something that's undetermined, right?
Or when it's unknown, which is very common for us, where it's completely unknown why a person is dead.
Right. And honestly, that's because that's the forensic part of your job is that there are some situations, especially if there's no known cause of death, where it's very important for you to be able to do your job to try to figure out what is the cause of death, right?
Yes.
Right. And I just wanted to point out, because, and I appreciated that you said it. I didn't even have to ask you about it. You said it on your direct examination that just because you determined that the manner of death is homicide, that does not mean you're making a determination about the rightfulness or wrongfulness of these officers' conduct, right?
Correct.
Because, in fact, the statute mandates that you have to put it in one of those categories: homicide, suicide, accident, or undetermined.
Correct.
Right? So, because homicide, as we know, the penal code under the law, there's a penal code called murder, but homicide could be justified or unjustified. You would agree with that?
Yes.
Right. And so a justified homicide just means that a person caused another person's death, but they were justified under the law in doing so, right?
Yes.
And then, but that's not a determination that you make at all with an autopsy, and that's not a determination a forensic pathologist or a deputy medical examiner would ever make. You would agree with that?
I agree.
Good. So I want to talk a little bit about, if you have the report up there with you?
Yes.
If you could go to the toxicology report. Because we have a thoracic aorta. Judge Matt used the well to demonstrate.
Yes.
We have a thoracic aorta. Could you tell me where on my body the thoracic aorta would be located?
It's in the chest next to the spine.
So it would be like back here?
In front of the spine, a little bit to the left.
Understood. Would it be the middle of the chest?
Yes.
Okay, so the thoracic, I guess, means this part of the body.
Yes.
And the aorta is important because the aorta is basically the main line of blood that runs through the body for this part of the body.
Yes.
And aortas, they're important because, you're the doctor, so why don't you please tell the jury what purpose a thoracic aorta serves?
The aorta is the main artery which carries blood from the heart to the rest of the body.
Right. So, and we're going to talk a little bit about, but I think your determination in your examination determined that Ms. Perez's thoracic aorta was damaged.
Yes.
Right, okay. But for now, when you testified, you said that the blood alcohol concentration that she had was a 0.145. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, there's also vitreous. What does vitreous mean?
Vitreous is the fluid that behind the eyes, and typically when we test for alcohol or ethanol, we will test both blood and the vitreous fluid.
Right. And so the vitreous fluid would be, and just so that the jury is clear, you understand as a doctor that alcohol is metabolized by the body, by a living body.
Yes.
And so what that means to you is that if somebody drinks alcohol, the body will eventually metabolize that alcohol, and it'll eventually, blood alcohol concentration can be here, and then after time with metabolization by the body, it'll go down and eventually go down to zero.
Yes.
On a living body. Is that right?
Correct.
Right. But if a body has become deceased, you can confidently say medically that whatever the point is at the time that they're deceased, the body is no longer metabolizing that alcohol.
Correct.
And so that would be a result that you could feel like at the time that the person was deceased, this would have been their blood alcohol concentration.
Correct.
All right. So on your report, you talked about a 0.145, and I guess this is not necessarily your job, but you are trained to know what the blood alcohol concentration limit is for driving in Texas.
Yes.
And what is that limit?
As I mentioned, it's 0.08.
Right. And so 0.08, when you look at what you said was a 0.145, 0.08 means you have to go 0.09, 1.10, 0.11, 0.12, 0.13, 0.14. Right? Like you would be going up from 0.08.
Correct.
Right. But in the vitreous that you took, the ethanol, what was that number?
0.181.
0.181. So that number was much higher than in the I guess the thoracic aorta. You would agree?
It is higher.
Yeah. What I say by much higher is that just so that we can get an idea, it's 0.04 higher, about, give or take.
Correct.
And 0.04 would be half of what somebody would get to become intoxicated as far as the driving laws of the state. Does that make sense? If 0.08 is your limit of level of for intoxication for driving, 0.04 is half that amount, right?
Yes.
So it'd be another half over the femoral. It would be another half to get to that 0.18, which is over double the legal limit. You would agree with that?
0.181, yes, would be more than double the limit.
Right. And so, are you aware, or did you know, that the definition for intoxication in Texas is a blood alcohol content for driving, blood alcohol content of 0.08, or the loss of the normal use of mental or physical faculties. Have you heard that?
I have.
Okay. So what we're also talking about, and what we know is that alcohol also involves the loss of the normal use of the mental faculties, right?
It can cause that, yes.
Right. And as a doctor, you know that can lessen inhibitions, make people braver when they shouldn't be, make people take risks that they shouldn't take. We know that those are some of the results of intoxication, right?
Those are some possibilities, yes.
Right. And so I'd like to go to, so I mean, when you testified on direct, you said 0.145, and you were reading the thoracic aorta, but the vitreous or the fluid behind the eye would be a 0.18, and you would agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like to talk about the aorta. So you noted that I believe gunshot wound 1 went through the aorta, and that's the same aorta we've been talking about.
Yes, but farther down than where we drew the blood for toxicology.
Sure. So you might have drawn it a little further up here, and it punctured, or I guess damaged the aorta further down.
Correct.
Okay. And so you said you've done, I think, hundreds of autopsies, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you have done autopsies where the aorta has been severed or has been damaged.
Yes.
And so you know that once the aorta has been damaged significantly, that the death usually follows very soon after that.
Very frequently, yes.
Yes, because, and even in like car accidents, like when people are in car accidents, because car accidents are so violent that it can tear or damage the aorta. You've seen that happen before.
Yes.
Okay. And once that aorta is done, what that really means is that blood, the main artery that's giving the blood from the heart to the rest of the body, if there's a hole in it, then all the blood is coming out and spilling into the body cavity and not getting blood to the rest of the body, right?
A lot of the blood, yes.
And depending on the damage, that death can happen within seconds after that, or a minute or less.
Right, and I can't give an exact time point, but it would happen quickly generally.
Right, and that's all. I know you can't give an exact time point. Did you know, was there significant damage to the aorta that you know?
Yes, the bullet went through the aorta.
Right, and so if a bullet passes through the aorta, then that basically means that Ms. Perez the blood would not have been going to the rest of the body.
She would be bleeding a significant amount from the aorta, yes.
And you noted that there was evidence of medical intervention, right?
Yes.
And what that means is that you noted that people were trying to save her,
Yes.
right? Medically. And doing what they could, like a chest seal. Do you know what a chest seal is?
Yes.
And that's something that even police officers can carry, that if somebody has been shot, they can try to use that to seal the blood from coming out of the body and to try to seal the wound, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you noted that she had evidence of they say chest seal, but she had evidence of a seal that they were trying to seal a wound on her body.
Correct, on both the gunshot wound on the breast and on the back.
Right. So just as a doctor, and that's, the thing is, in talking to medical examiners over my career, one of the things about it is you go through a normal medical school training just like any other doctor, right?
Yes.
But for you don't see any patients unless they have passed away.
In forensics, that's true.
Right. Now, yeah, if you weren't acting as a forensic pathologist and you were acting as another type of doctor, then of course you would see living patients. But a forensic pathologist doesn't do any examination on people who are alive.
Correct.
Right.
In general.
In general. I mean, they probably shouldn't, because of the invasive nature of your examinations. If you were doing that on somebody alive, that could hurt them badly. You would agree with that?
Yes, we do not autopsy live people.
Right. So, that's right. So, okay. So I want to talk about the irregular defect. So in Exhibit 169, they got there. Oh yeah.
So if we could go through a little bit and just talk about, I know you did talk about it a little bit on direct. I'd like to talk about it a little more. Entry and exit wounds. So one of the ways that you've been trained to identify if this is a wound where the bullet has come in or a wound where the bullet has gone out is the shape and the nature of the injury that is made on the skin or on the body, right?
Yes.
And so that would be what you usually have with an entry wound is a clean entry, because a bullet that is going into a body is going to go in, if it doesn't have anything in between it, it's going to go in on the spiral pretty straight, and so it's going to go in cleanly. You would agree with that? Normally.
Normally, yes.
Right. And then in an exit wound, after it's passed through the body, what it does is it takes the bullet off its normal course, and so that's why an exit wound can be bigger. It can be more irregular. It can have the exit wound can be a lot bigger than the entry. You would agree with that?
It can be, yes.
It can be. And on 169 to the breast, you noted that it was irregular. Can you tell us what you mean by that?
Generally, as we said, entry wounds are round and have regular or smooth edges. This wound had irregular edges where it wasn't smooth. There was some parts coming in a little, going out a little.
And the reason that can happen is that if it passes through an object, if a bullet passes through something before it hits somebody, it can throw the bullet off its trajectory, right?
Correct.
And if the bullet starts turning or spinning in a different way, it can make the entry wound bigger or more irregular, right?
Yes.
Okay. So consistent with that would be like if the bullet passed through glass or passed through a wall, that could cause the entry wound to look irregular.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about that in terms of what we talk about with evidence of close-range firing. So, and Your Honor, may I ask the witness to step down?
Yes.
Thank you. Keep the doctor, please.
Would you take the microphone with you?
Sure.
Just hold it if you would. I'll put it by the table near you.
Thank you. So let's kind of get right here. If you could just go stand over here by the court reporter, please. Now, could you please pull this? Yeah, and you can put that right there. That should be fine. Can you pull this tape measure till you get to 3 feet? All right, that's 3 feet. So this would be 3 feet. You and me right here, right?
Correct.
And when you talk about close range firing, what you're saying is that the muzzle of the barrel of the gun within 3 feet, right?
Right, the end of the muzzle of the gun to the target. That's the distance, and it's approximate. It depends on the gun, the ammo, other factors like that. This is an approximate distance.
Sure. And what we mean by evidence of close range firing is that when a bullet goes out of a gun and when it is expelled through the barrel of a gun, it has a cartridge that has gunpowder in it, and that's also expelled out of the front of the gun, right?
Correct.
And that gunpowder is made up of little tiny particles of which burn kind of as it's going through, and as there's an ignition point and the trigger's pulled, and there's particles that are out there, and they're kind of burning particles that are also expelled out through the front of the firearm, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so what you're saying is that those particles within 3 feet, give or take, and I know that it's not an exact science, but those particles can come out along with the bullet, and if I may just lightly touch you, and just land on the body, and that can cause little marks, which you would call stippling or powder tattooing, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so if you say there's not evidence of close range firing that you can see, all you're saying is you don't see evidence of that powder tattooing or that stippling that we talked about.
Correct, or soot, just the
Or soot.
black carbonaceous material.
And soot, you would agree that soot, a lot of times, soot deposits will be like a lot more close range. Like if there's a firearm that's a lot closer to the skin of the body, you get the soot deposit because the barrel, when the gunpowder comes out, the barrel, if it's close, that soot will deposit there on the skin and you can see it.
Correct. Soot is generally deposited on the body within a few inches.
Right. So that would be very, very close range. Now, so holding, and I appreciate you holding this with me, but holding this here, you would agree that that this is a place, if you could just hold it right there. You would agree that, and I would never swing this or try to hurt you in one bit, but you would agree if somebody had a hammer and this close, that's pretty close, right?
It's about 3 feet away.
That's right. And I mean, but it's also within a very close distance that somebody even like you, if somebody had a hammer swinging it at you, you would obviously be concerned about that from this distance.
I have yet to have anyone swing a hammer at me.
That's right. That's right. And hopefully never will. But I'm telling you, like, if I was back there at the end and I had a hammer like that, you may be a little concerned, but not as concerned as if I'm right here with it. You would agree with that?
I would be speculating because I haven't had anyone swing a hammer at me.
Sure, sure. And I understand that. So let's talk about a gun. And if I could, you can take your seat because I think you can see this. And Debbie, if I could you please stand up behind this glass right here, if you don't mind. Judge, is that okay for a demonstration?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is a plastic gun. Just so we can demonstrate. If I were to shoot somebody through this glass, right? Shoot the deputy through this glass. If the bullet passes through that glass, what we talked about with the deposits of the soot and of the gunpowder residue that would create possible stippling, the bullet would go through, but that deposit could go around here, around this barrier, right? And that could stop somebody from, that could stop, I guess what you would be looking for is evidence of close range fire, right?
Right. Objects in between the gun and the target can stop that gunpowder and soot from reaching the target.
That's right. And what I mean by that is, even if the deputy, because he couldn't even get that close, but even if he was like within a foot of this, the bullet could pass through here
all the gunpowder could be stopped here, and so we could be within a foot, but you wouldn't see any evidence of close range firing.
Right, that can happen.
All right. Thank you, Debbie. Appreciate you. So, I mean, ultimately, you know, when you talk about, or when you think about, or when you're doing your examination, you're saying what you see, but you're not necessarily making a comment on, like, the reason for that, or how close the person actually was, right?
If I do see evidence of close range firing, then it is a comment on, I know the gun is within about 3 feet, and we could say more about that if there was soot or powder tattooing. But when there is an absence of either soot or powder tattooing, all I'm saying is I see no evidence of close range firing. So yes, the gun could have been within that range, but some other object could have stopped those things from depositing on the body.
And I think that that's the ultimate point, is that when you say I don't see evidence of close range firing, you were saying it could have been close range, I just don't see evidence of it, and there's explanations for why that would be. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. So the hammers, in the hundreds of autopsies you've done, have you seen anybody killed with a hammer?
Specifically, I don't know that I have, but sometimes I don't know what caused the injury. We see people die from many, many different causes, and a hammer would cause blunt force injuries. It can cause characteristic findings, but I can't look at a body and say, I absolutely know this was a hammer. So,
Right.
to my knowledge, I have not.
Sure, but let's say you say blunt force injuries, so what you're talking about is a hammer, a club, or something similar kind of object. You can tell that somebody got hit with some sort of object that caused blunt force trauma that caused their death, right?
Right, some blunt object.
Yeah, and like a hammer would be classified as a blunt object, right?
Yes,
Because a knife would be a sharp object.
correct.
And so knives, swords, those kind of things will cut, and you can see evidence that they were cut with an object. Blunt force is more, you see evidence of, I guess, in the body of what a blunt force object can do to the body at autopsy, right?
Yes, whether it's blunt force or sharp force, I can see the injuries on the body.
So what kind of blunt force trauma, I guess, have you seen that has caused the death? Like, what kind of injuries can a blunt force object, if it strikes a person, can cause their death?
When a body is struck with a blunt force object, it can cause bleeding, it could cause fractures, things of that nature.
Right, like let's talk about a skull, right? Let's talk about that hammer. I don't want you to speculate too far, but you're a doctor, so you know. I take that hammer and I hit somebody in the skull with it, what kind of injuries can it cause?
If someone is hit in the skull with a hammer, it could cause skull fractures and bleeding in and around the brain.
And can that cause death?
It could.
Yes. Can it cause serious bodily injury?
It could.
Right. What about being hit in the face with a hammer, right? Being hit in the nose or the cheek or the eye? What could that do?
And again, it could break the bones of the face, could damage the eye, can cause bleeding.
And that bleeding, could it cause death
Potentially.
and serious bodily injury?
Potentially, yes.
Right. So you would agree with me that a hammer can be a deadly weapon depending on how it's used.
It can be.
Yep. And so I want to talk about the gunshot wounds, so that it can be clear. You did your autopsy. You still have your report up there.
I do.
I see that you did the autopsy on June 23rd, 2023 at 8:45 a.m.
Yes.
Okay, so that would have been like basically if this happened at like 2 in the morning on June 23rd, this would be like 6 hours later that you did the autopsy.
Approximately, yes.
I mean, is that common? Because I know that you guys are usually very busy and usually backed up. Is that common for you to do an autopsy on somebody like within like 6 hours after they've died?
Generally, exams are done the next day. If a body reaches us by about 8 in the morning, we will generally be able to complete the exam that day. Sometimes we are overwhelmed and bodies may have to sit for an extra day, but that's not common.
So this report, I see it says the 23rd. Can you tell by your notes when the report was actually finalized? Like when, because I'm sure you didn't write it on the 23rd.
I would have either dictated it or started typing it out. Generally, I dictate that same day.
Okay, and then, like for instance, if law enforcement said, well, okay, we want to come pick up the report, when would that finished copy that you would give to a qualified agency, when would that have been completed in this case, if you know?
I don't have the final completion date of the autopsy, but I would say generally by the standards of our institution, we'll generally have 90% of our cases completed by 90 days. This was probably completed within a few months, but I don't have the exact date.
Okay, so if I said October 6th, would that be, that would be kind of within your 90 days from June 23rd?
Might be a little over, but it's around that time frame.
June, July, August, September, okay, yeah, little over, but close. Maybe a week or two later. Okay, so, and the reason I ask is because it says, on your report, it says Detective Juarez is present for a portion of the examination, right?
Yes.
Okay, and Detective Juarez would be a person that is a detective with the San Antonio Police Department.
Yes.
Now, is there a way to tell what portion he was there for?
No, but I can tell you generally how it would go.
Okay.
Law enforcement will frequently come to autopsies if it's a gunshot wound death, and they will request to come, and we will complete the external examination. So once the body has been cleaned, we've identified the wounds, and we're ready to do the internal examination is when law enforcement will be allowed in. Then I can describe my findings, and generally they leave before the completion of the autopsy.
Sure, and so, because once you describe your findings, that's the relevant part for them, and then there's other things that you have to do, as far as making sure that the body is, sewn back and things are put away and all those things that they might not stay to watch all that, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, because it doesn't say it here, but by your standard practice that you would have told Detective Juarez at least the basic findings that you are making about Ms. Perez during this examination.
Yes, generally I will say what number of wounds I find, if I expect to recover any projectiles, those kinds of things.
Sure. And just so that we know, because we saw that injury to the back, and I know that you explained it, but that injury to the back where we can basically see where the bullet was lodged, that was an incision that you made yourself into the body. You would agree with that?
Correct. The skin of the back was intact.
Okay. And so, I guess you made it there because you were assuming, based on what you saw of the entry wound, that the bullet would be around there somewhere.
And with the x-ray, sometimes we use metal detectors which can pinpoint it, and I'll know right about where to get it.
Okay. Yeah, so the x-ray showed you that there was a bullet, and so that's an incision that you made after the patient had passed away.
Correct.
Okay, so so I want to talk about that. So you would agree that your findings show that Ms. Perez was shot twice, right?
Correct.
And so what that means is that one person could have shot her twice, or two people could have shot her once, right?
Correct.
Right. But you would say that it is impossible that three people shot her once, based on your findings.
Correct.
Right. There's no way that three people shot this person one time. In any possibility that you can think of as a medical examiner, based upon the evidence that you saw that she had only been shot twice.
Correct. I only identified 2 gunshot wounds.
Right. So, and that would have been something you would have told Detective Juarez 10:45 or 11:45, or I guess whenever, how long does an autopsy typically take?
Each case is different. I would expect an autopsy like this to last several hours, so probably be done before noon.
Okay. So, and that would have been something you would have told Detective Juarez before noon?
I don't recall specifically what I told him, but generally, yes, I will say there are this many wounds.
Right. There's 2 gunshots, which means, I think to anybody that can understand it, one person shot her twice, or 2 people shot her once, but there's no way 3 people shot her twice, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, if they went and said that 3 later, and did an arrest warrant, and said that 3 people shot her once, medically, you would say that's impossible. Wouldn't you?
I would say that, yes, there are only 2 gunshot wounds on the body. If each of those 3 individuals were to strike the body, I would have 3 gunshot wounds.
That's right. And if they arrested one of them for murder for shooting her, you would know, based on Detective Juarez being there, that you had already informed them that there's only, if you follow your normal practices, that there was only 2 gunshot wounds, right?
Correct.
Okay. And part of what your role is, and you know what your role is that people do an investigation. The police do their investigation. Your job is not to be for them or against them. Your job is just to follow the science and the medicine, right?
Yes.
Right. And so, though, that law enforcement agencies, when they're doing investigations, rely many times on your findings that you're making about what happened here, as far as how she died and what caused her death. Right?
Oftentimes.
That's right. And sometimes people on the defense also rely on your findings and, in determining what happened and whether or not a person did something or did not do something, or whether or not, or basically the same thing, how a person died, right? And we rely on it.
Yes.
And judges rely on that, right?
Yes.
And so I just want to point out that your job intersects. You are not an advocate, and you are a scientist. You're a doctor, and you are a doctor who is doing a good job, as I believe you did in this case. But your job intersects with the legal community quite often. You agree with that?
We interact with the legal community and law enforcement regularly, yes.
Right. And so, and my point being is that you have seen it where law enforcement does a thorough investigation, and part of their thorough investigation is coming to you and making sure, let's say even in October, whenever your final report is done, making sure what your actual findings are before they act, right? You've seen them do that.
I don't usually follow up and see what law enforcement does with it.
So I guess, do you never have law enforcement come and ask you follow-up questions about, like, well, what about this, or your autopsy report says this, but what does this mean, or do they ever interact with you afterward?
Sometimes,
Right.
Generally around the time of autopsy, especially in a gunshot wound case, we know what the final result is going to be.
Right.
But sometimes, right, there are complicated cases where we do have to touch base at different points.
Sure. And even sometimes with gunshot wounds, if they're trying to determine suicide and homicide, right? Like that can present some complications that may need follow-up. You agree with that?
Yes.
And so, and obviously that's not an issue in this case, and it is pretty clear, and I think everybody understood. But to the point, it was clear to you from June 23rd, when you started this autopsy, it was clear to you that it was impossible for 3 people to have shot her. That was clear.
Yes.
All right. So, now, part of what you guys, I say you guys, sorry, but doctors and forensic pathologists, part of what y'all do is you also have investigators yourself who aren't SAPD, they're not Bexar County Sheriffs, they're investigators assigned to your office specifically to go out to scenes and to help you with your investigation as to cause and manner of death, right?
Yes.
And so what that would be, and what that looks like is that your investigator will go out, like kind of as your eyes and ears, in anybody in your position, they will go out to try to get an idea of the layout of the scene, because that can be important to you when you're making your determination. And then they also make a report to you so that you can read it and have it with you when you're trying to make your findings, right?
Correct.
And in this case, there was an investigator that went out there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you kind of knew the investigator actually did a pretty good job talking about the lead up to it, which is important sometimes for you to make your determination.
Yes.
Right? So, and they talked about the fact that Ms. Perez had, cut the wires in an emergency, I guess in a fire alarm box. They talked about how Ms. Perez had assaulted a police officer with a candle and some other things like that, and that she was armed with a hammer.
Correct.
You saw that in the report. And then one of the things that Mr. Loonan went through with you is, Judge, may I use the well and demonstrate? He was talking about the injury that you labeled gunshot wound number 2. And so with gunshot wound number 2, you would agree that was the one that was underneath her armpit, right?
Correct, in the armpit.
In the armpit, yeah, sorry. Under the arm, in the armpit. You mentioned it, you can't ever say what the sequence was, which one was actually the first one that hit her and which one was the second one. You wouldn't be able to say that.
Correct. They're labeled gunshot wound number 1 and number 2, and that is not to say that I know which one was first or second. It's just for identification.
Right. And so and that's because if you just said gunshot, this gunshot, 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 it could get confusing unless we know which one you're actually talking about using a number.
Correct.
Right. So, but gunshot wound number 2, and Mr. Loonan talked about it a little bit, but yet you would agree that there's no way that gunshot wound and that entry wound could get there in her arm without her arm being raised.
I don't see another way for the wound to get there without the arm being raised.
Right, because as we talked about, then there would be an entry wound here and here, or maybe here and here or here. There'd be an entry wound somewhere else on the body, but this to you was a clear entry wound, and you knew that this wound was the first contact that a bullet had with her armpit.
Yes.
Okay, so what that suggests, and the evidence in this case has shown that she was running at the officers with a hammer. What that would suggest is her arm would have to be high enough to get a bullet into that armpit, right?
Yes.
And you would agree that running at somebody with a hammer like this, that's an aggressive gesture. You would agree this is aggressive?
I don't usually make determinations on what's aggressive or not.
I'm just asking on a human level, as a human being, you agree that somebody running at somebody like this with a hammer is aggressive?
That it could be perceived as aggressive.
Yes, because as a doctor, now let's go back to, put your doctor hat on. As a doctor, if I come down on somebody's head with that's the skull fracture that you're talking about. Could happen.
It could happen.
Right, and if I come through with somebody's face like that, and I come through like that and hit them in the face, that is, the injuries here to the eye, to the cheek, the bleeding that could cause serious bodily injury or death, right?
That could happen, yes.
And this other end of the hammer, if I take that other end of the hammer and I put it into their eye, I could take their eye out with it, right?
Potentially, yes.
Right. But what we know is that at one point where the patient was shot, she had her arm raised over her head, and we know now that she had a hammer in it. And I'm standing here kind of like a stand. It would have to have been raised high. It couldn't have been raised like here, right? Because if it's raised at like a half level, you would still have the same problem with the armpit, right?
Right, there would have to be a clear line of sight to that entry.
And her arm would have had to have been high over her head to be able to have the bullet go through there because you didn't notice any like crease marks on either side of her armpit, did you?
When you say crease marks?
Any evidence that the bullet had kind of like followed into a crease here, and that's how that injury happened up there?
I see. Right, there were no like grazing type wounds leading up to that entry. What there was is some abrasion and contusion on the front side of that armpit where the skin would have touched against each other.
Right, and those abrasions and contusions could be like, you've heard like pseudo-stippling, I guess, if it goes through some other object and that object ends up causing problems. I mean, would it be something like that?
I wouldn't say it's like pseudo-stippling, but it's just the skin expands in the area of the gunshot wound, and if there's another skin surface, it can hit against it.
Got it. So, and if it does do that, it can cause those types of abrasions.
Correct.
Right, but, and what I mean and what we're trying to talk about with the crease is if, and I'm holding my fingers up, if that's the armpit here, and the arm was down and a bullet comes through, it would cause an injury here or here before it got into the armpit. And that would kind of tell you that the skin was kind of, close down or close together, and the bullet just rode up the skin, and that's how it entered in without making an entry wound on any part here. Does that make sense?
Right, that could happen.
Right. Bullet flies through and it would crease and crease, but you saw no evidence of that.
I did not.
So the evidence you saw is the bullet is going right into an armpit, pretty much, straight on, without hitting any other part of the body.
Correct. I did not see another part of the body that was hit prior to that entry wound.
And in that injury, just by body mechanics, that the arm would have to be like almost completely raised.
Asked and answered.
I don't think this one has.
Overruled.
It would have to be almost completely raised to cause that injury without causing any other visible injury to the body.
It would have to be raised. I don't think it has to be vertical.
But close enough that, because it's up in here, so it'd have to be close enough, like here, can't get there. It'd have to be close enough to be exposed to the person shooting, right? High enough.
Correct. I can't give an exact measurement of that, but
Sure.
yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Doctor,
I'm sorry.
do I need the, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
I'm Audio Delgado. I don't have a lot of questions, hopefully, because Mr. Goss was so thorough as usual. If a suspect intentionally forces or provokes police officers to shoot and kill them, what is that called?
That has been described as suicide by cop.
Okay, and you've heard that phrase before, correct?
I have.
And you've used that phrase before, correct?
Never in the report.
But my question is, you've used that phrase before, correct? I'm not limiting it to a report.
I don't recall specifically, but I know I've heard it before.
Okay. The literature in forensic science, there are plenty of articles that describe the phenomenon of suicide by cop, correct?
I don't know that I'm aware of peer-reviewed articles that mention it. There very well may be.
Are you a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners?
I am.
Okay. Are you aware that in 2020, they published a report specifically, among other things, addressing suicide by cop?
I'm aware of the manner of death guidelines. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to.
Well, let me just give you an example. If somebody, for example, walks out in front of a train, okay, and gets killed, the mechanism of death is the train, okay? But we'd really be concerned with the intent of the person who was killed, wouldn't we?
In a train death, yes, we will try to figure out why the person is there and if there are any intentions to hurt themselves.
Okay. And your area of medicine, it's called what, medical legal? So it's sort of a combination of the medical and the legal, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, and that's kind of what forensic medicine is. It's the same thing. It's that melding or bringing together, correct?
I suppose so.
Okay. And have you watched or been shown the videos of the body cams in this particular case?
I have seen body cam footage from this case, yes.
Okay. And just to start off, though, with Mr. Goss, his demonstration, have they shown you every charge that Ms. Perez engaged in with the hammer? Do you remember how many, and by charge I mean her charging at police officers at a window or at a door? How many of those did you see?
I don't recall a number.
Okay. But you did see her charging, and you know what I mean by charging, right? Running with the hammer raised. You know, I described it as Chucky-like or Tomahawk-like. Do you recall that?
I do recall seeing that.
Okay. And that motion, that dynamic motion, is consistent with what Mr. Goss was asking you about. That's consistent with, that's why that bullet hole ended up under her right armpit, correct?
Correct. That positioning is consistent with the gunshot wound.
Okay. Now, if I were to tell you that there's evidence in this case, and it sounds like you may be aware of a lot of it, Ms. Perez cuts the fire alarm system through her building, okay? And then she describes herself as being schizophrenic, but she's not taking her medication. And then she denies that she's really schizophrenic. That in and of itself is a medical condition, isn't it? Are you aware? I can't pronounce the word agnos. It's where you're denying that you have the mental condition.
I do not know that she has schizophrenia. It was reported to me, and I'm not aware of what she said about that diagnosis.
Okay. Well, let's assume hypothetically, since you're an expert, that she told the people at the scene, because it's on the body cameras, that she was schizophrenic and that she was not taking her medication, and among other things, making, that she owned the building, that the FBI was listening to her, that she was a member of a cartel, things along, Elvis's daughter, okay? And she flees from the police and goes into her apartment. And in their attempt, after hot pursuit, after chasing her, after that escape into her apartment, a police officer tries to go into the window to arrest her for committing these crimes, that she comes at him with a hammer, and she barely misses him. Okay. Now, he pulls.
Is there a question in here?
Yes, it's a hypothetical. If you're losing me,
a compound question.
Okay, let's get to the question.
okay. If you're losing me, let me know, doctor. The police officer pulls a weapon. Actually, more than one police officer pulls a weapon, points it at her, and says, "You're going to get shot." And she says, "Shoot me." What might that indicate to you if you're trying to determine somebody's intent, if the phenomenon of suicide by cop may be present?
I would say someone's intent, I can't ever truly know. And it'd be important to say, when we talk about the phrase suicide by cop, that the National Association of Medical Examiners published the manner of death guidelines. And these are guidelines on how medical examiners can handle cases. Cases that would fall under that category, it says, may be classified as homicide. And at the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office, something that would fit that type of description, we would still call a homicide for manner. It would not change the manner that I would put on a death certificate.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, if it was in fact true that she did commit suicide by cop, your findings would still be a homicide, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I know we can't get into a person's mind, although it sounds like maybe we're getting there eventually, but one of the best ways to determine somebody's intent is by looking at their behavior. Would you agree with that?
That can be a way, yes.
Okay. So if the evidence shows that she attacked with that, you've already described as a deadly weapon, if she attacked Officer 1 twice, and then Officer 2, and then the final where she goes after 2 more officers, that might be indicative of, and let me throw this in, and when she is in the final occasion, there are 2 volleys, she's fired upon, when she's going after Sergeant Flores, she's fired upon 5 times and apparently isn't struck at all because she runs back and there's no blood apparent. And then a second later, she makes a run at the door where the other 2 officers are in the same manner. That would indicate, wouldn't that indicate pretty commonsensically and or forensically that she knew she was going to get shot and she wanted to get shot?
In forensics, we generally don't make a determination on whether someone wants to get shot or not, unless they, say, pull a gun and shoot themselves. I would call that a suicide.
Okay. Are you saying that in the literature there are no forensic pathologists that talk about trying to determine the intent of the person who was shot in order to determine if it was suicide by cop?
There very well may be articles of people who would try to describe that. There are many, many articles on many topics in forensics, but I don't have an opinion on what her intent was.
And is it your testimony the only way we can determine her intent is by actually somehow reading her brain? Because it sounds like her behavior isn't enough for you.
My goal is to come to the cause of death and the manner of death. Nowhere in that goal is to determine someone's intent in this case.
Okay. Doctor, Mr. Goss was showing you this is the exhibit, this isn't the...
That's not the evidence.
Okay. I'll just use this so I don't have to walk around. But same basic hammer, right? And I think you've testified, or you've indicated before, that you've conducted many autopsies where somebody was killed or badly injured due to blunt force trauma, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And considering an instrument like this, you've seen death or serious bodily injury with blunt instruments heavier than this, correct?
Yes.
And you've seen death or serious bodily injury due to blunt force objects lighter than this as well, correct?
Likely, yes. It's unusual that I would be weighing an implement or what is suspected of hurting someone, but I think that's a fair assumption.
Okay. And if you had told us that, would that be a fair statement? Does that sound like something you may have said?
That blunt force injuries can be caused by objects heavier and
heavier than a hammer or lighter than a hammer?
Correct. I believe
that's
that.
all
Yes.
That's all I was trying to point out. But definitely we know that with this deadly weapon, striking somebody could cause death or serious bodily injury, correct?
It could.
Okay. And can you tell the members of the jury, because we're using serious bodily injury a lot, and for the purposes of a homicide or a murder prosecution, it's that they intended to cause death or serious bodily injury. What's the definition that we use for serious bodily injury?
Serious bodily injury would be impairment. It could be something that's disfiguring, things that would require surgery, along those lines.
Okay. So would you agree that being struck directly by this could cause death or serious bodily injury?
It could.
Okay. And if this were hurled, if this were thrown, okay, a distance of, say, 3 to 5 feet at a human being, that could cause death or serious bodily injury, correct?
Potentially, yes, depending on how strong the arm is that's throwing it, what's in between, those kinds of things.
Okay. And in this particular case, you're aware that Ms. Perez had already thrown a heavy object like this through that window and accurately struck her target by hitting a police officer. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you're aware that her aim with a blunt object is pretty good, correct?
I don't know if I make judgments on aim from one throw.
Okay. Now, you said you're not sure about if you've ever seen a murder case with a hammer. Dr. William McLean, he used to work in your office, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did the same job you did, right?
Correct.
Did you know him and talk to him? He was a colleague of yours, right?
I did know him, but I don't believe he was there when I started working at the medical examiner's office.
Okay, well, but you knew him.
Correct.
Right. There was a high-profile case tried this year, the Tamika Laws case, where a woman used a hammer and beat her grandmother to death in the face. Were you aware of that case?
No.
Okay, even though it involved your office and it involved the use of a hammer, you were not familiar with that case?
I'm not familiar with that case.
Okay. There was a high-profile, nationally publicized case of former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. It was all over the news and in the media where a guy beans her husband in the head and almost kills him. Are you aware of that case?
I have heard of that case,
Okay.
yes.
Did you see that video?
No.
Okay. So there's no question that a hammer in its use or manner of use can cause death or serious bodily injury. No question, right?
The potential is there, yes.
Okay. Because I think you said before, there's a lot of ways to die, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, when Sergeant Flores has his back to Miss Perez, who's charging him with the hammer on, I guess maybe her fourth incident going after a police officer, and his back is to her. What part of the skull would this be? The occipital?
The back of the skull is the occipital skull,
Okay.
yes.
And if she would have struck him in the occipital area of his skull, what kind of damage would have been done?
As I mentioned before, if a hammer strikes the head, it could cause a skull fracture and could cause bleeding around and in the brain.
Okay. And the temporal area, that's a very thin area of your skull, correct?
Yes, that is much thinner than the back of your skull.
Okay. So if he would have gotten struck here, he would have even been more susceptible to a major injury or death, correct?
Likely, but it depends on the specifics.
Okay. What about the occipital bones, your around your eyes? Same question.
The orbital bones?
Yeah, I'm sorry, the orbital bones. Yes.
Yes, wherever struck on the head, there's the potential for fractures and bleeding.
Okay. And if the hammer were to hit his trachea?
There's potential injury to the trachea.
That he could potentially be asphyxiated, correct?
Theoretically, yes.
Okay. Now, you've seen, or have you seen, when the hammer was in the process of being striking at Sergeant Flores or being thrown at him, and have you seen the glass breaking?
I have.
Okay. And did you see the glass breaking outwards?
Yes.
Okay. Now, unfortunately, we don't have the glass because the San Antonio Police Department didn't collect it. But would it be fair to say, can you tell the members of the jury what is exsanguination?
Exsanguination is when you lose too much blood. It's a frequent cause of death. Okay. So it would be the mechanism of death in Ms. Perez.
And I assume in the hundreds of autopsies you've done, you've seen that manner of death where somebody bleeds out, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And they could certainly bleed out from getting cut with large shards or potentially any shards of glass coming out of that window, correct?
Glass has the potential to cut the body, yes.
Okay. And if it has the potential to cut the body or lacerate the body, it has the potential to what? Lacerate some arteries?
Potentially, yes.
Okay, so if it cut or lacerated, what is this here in your neck, your carotid?
The carotid does run in your neck. It's pretty deep in your neck.
Okay, if that were lacerated, could that cause death or serious bodily injury?
Yes,
Okay.
if somehow the glass penetrated that deep, yes.
Okay, what about, where's the femoral artery?
That's in the thigh.
Okay, if any glass would have cut or lacerated his femoral artery, what could have been the consequences?
If the glass were traveling fast enough to go through clothing and to go deep enough into the skin to cut that vessel, that is a large blood vessel that would bleed.
would it be fair to say, and I'm not a physicist, obviously, but if somebody's running, they're charging, and they're using a hammer like that, that is a certain amount of force that's projecting the glass outwards, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, the glass is flying to where it would be capable of severely cutting or lacerating somebody who's just 2 or 3 feet away, correct?
Potentially.
Okay. Now, what's the artery, your major artery in like your forearm? What is it, the brachial?
Brachial's in your upper arm, so it's
Okay.
your radial or ulnar artery in your
Okay.
forearm.
If that artery were to be cut or lacerated, what could the consequences of that be?
I would say any major vessel that is cut in the body can cause serious bleeding.
Okay. And even a glancing blow from a hammer, either a direct strike or being thrown, could cause, if it hit Sergeant Flores in his head, it could cause him to lose consciousness, correct?
Potentially.
Okay. And an unconscious police officer, a foot or two from a woman who's attacked several other police officers, he would be totally incapable of defending himself, correct?
In your situation, if someone is knocked unconscious, then they would not be able to defend themselves.
When Mr. Goss was asking you about the blood alcohol, the alcohol content in her body, the best level to use in this particular case would be the alcohol, the vitreous alcohol, correct?
No.
You're saying it would be the from her the thoracic measure,
Correct.
even though she lost a lot of blood?
The blood loss wouldn't change the concentration of alcohol in the blood that remains in the body.
Okay, you're saying the literature is consistent with what you just said, that a major loss of blood would have no impact on the alcohol measurement from her blood?
I'm not sure what paper or literature you're referring to, but in a case like this where the blood loss is very rapid, the alcohol level in other parts of the body would be a good representation of what she had at the time of death.
Well, when you say other parts of the body, the vitreous was other parts of her body.
Correct, but we're talking about blood alcohol concentration, and when we talk about a legal limit, we are talking about blood alcohol concentration.
Can you tell this jury with any scientific degree of certainty what her blood alcohol content was at the moment of her death?
The best measurement of the blood alcohol concentration at her death would be what was in her blood.
And what does the AMA say everybody loses the normal use of their mental or physical faculties at what level of blood alcohol concentration?
I do not know what the answer to that is.
Okay. Would 0.05, does that sound familiar?
I would say that alcohol affects people differently. It causes some people to get excited, some to start moving more slowly and get depressed. There are some people who drink alcohol all the time and can have a very high level of alcohol and still show no clinical impairment, even though their blood alcohol level would be far in excess of the legal limit of intoxication.
Okay. Dr. McClain, my question was, are you aware of what the American Medical Association says about that?
I said no.
Okay. Now, were there any signs of defensive wounds on Ms. Perez's hands?
Defensive wounds isn't usually a term that I'll use. I would say the only wound that was on her hand was a small abrasion on her right hand. I believe we looked at a picture at it earlier.
Okay, but you know what I mean by defensive wounds, correct?
Defensive type wounds could be wounds on the hands that could be sustained when being attacked or assaulted by another individual.
Right, like maybe somebody knows I've just been fired on, I may be fired on again. Maybe they run away because they don't want that to happen, or maybe they put their hands up in front of their face because they see they're running into potential gunfire. That could be an instance of, maybe you see some instance of defensive wounds on somebody's hands or arms, correct?
Correct. Generally, we'll talk about defensive type wounds on victims of stabbing. What we have on the current autopsy are these superficial abrasions. They are nonspecific to me. I described what I thought caused them, but I wouldn't call them defensive type wounds.
If Detective Soto, the lead detective in this case, indicated in his report that Ms. Perez was shot in the abdomen, that's just flat out wrong, correct?
She has abrasions on her abdomen. The gunshot wound, number one, traveled through the upper abdomen, but there is no entry wound on her abdomen.
Okay, so doctor, my question was, if he said she was shot in her abdomen, that would be wrong. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And if he said she sustained graze wounds from bullets flying past her, that would also be incorrect.
We described multiple abrasions on the body. There were some others we didn't talk about on her forehead and on the left chest. When I looked at them, they look like non-specific abrasions. I don't think that they're graze wounds. It's not impossible that they are graze wounds, but I don't believe they are.
That's all I have. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lynch.
Can you just take a mic, please?
Yep, I'm gonna walk up here.
Okay, thank you.
My name's Tom Nisbet. I represent Alfred, Flores. Do you remember talking to me on Zoom? I think it was last summer, but I honestly couldn't tell you what month it was.
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Okay. When we spoke, I had a couple of questions about the general, I'm going to call it physical condition of the deceased, Melissa Perez. And I asked you, was there anything, in her body, in her muscles, in her joints that didn't work anymore, like my knee doesn't work anymore kind of thing. And then you said no. Can we talk a little bit about that?
Sure.
Okay. So you found that she was not malnourished.
Correct.
And her general physical capability that we talked about was intact. Is that something you would agree with?
I would say I saw no evidence that her physical ability was anything less than normal, but it's not like when you go to the doctor and they test your reflexes and your range of motion. We don't do that. From manipulating the body, I didn't notice anything.
And that's my question. Thank you. And I know you really don't want to talk much more about hammers, so I'm going to make this easy. All the questions you've been asked about hammers and what hammers can do, I'm now going to show you States 154. Are all your answers to all those hammer questions the same for States 154A? Its capability, its potential, etc.?
That is a hammer, so yes, I think a hammer has the potential to cause injury.
Okay. I want to make sure the jury knows that all those answers apply to this hammer.
Yes, it applies to that hammer as well.
Thank you. Last question I have has to do with the toxicology report. It's not available that day that you finished the autopsy, is it?
It is not. It was completed on July 7th.
Okay, so 14 days later?
Approximately.
And does it reach you exactly 14 days later, or is it typically sometime after that?
Sometime after that, but not long after that.
So kind of going back to Mr. Goss's questions earlier in his timeline about Detective Raul Juarez is there, he wants the results that day, he would not have gotten the toxicology results, would he?
He would not have that day.
Okay. And so if the police department went out and made an arrest that day, I'm not saying you know that, but I'm telling the jury that, they went out and made an arrest that day, they would not have waited or had the benefit of that toxicology report, would they?
Not until at least July 7th.
Thank you. Pass the witness, Judge.
Dr. Melissa Ann Perez was
I'm sorry,
indeed,
who's speaking? Oh, that's me.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
If Melissa Ann Perez was indeed struggling with schizophrenia, would that be her fault?
Schizophrenia is not something you cause to yourself. So it is not an individual's fault if they have schizophrenia.
Thank you, that's all I have.
So to follow up on that, microphone. To follow up on that though, you know as a doctor, schizophrenia can be controlled with medication, right?
It can be. I do not treat people with schizophrenia.
And if people make decisions not to take their medication and not to control their schizophrenia, that could be their fault. You would agree with that?
I don't assign blame to patients. I don't know the reasons why they would or would not take their medication.
Sure, and I understand that. But you also agree that somebody with schizophrenia can be just as deadly as anybody else?
Potentially.
They could be potentially as deadly as anybody else?
Depending on the individual.
Right, and what I mean by that is that if a person with schizophrenia is coming at you with a hammer, that doesn't lessen your right or ability to be able to defend yourself from that. Just because they happen to have schizophrenia.
I guess I don't have an opinion on people's medical conditions as it relates to whether one can defend themselves or not.
Well, I guess I know, but the state asked you about it, and so that's why I'm following up. If somebody has schizophrenia, they can still be violent. You would agree with that?
They can be.
Right. And a person doesn't have to become a victim because the person who is coming at them and being violent happens to have schizophrenia. That doesn't make the person have to go, okay, just hit me in the face because you have a mental illness. You would agree with that?
Yeah, I would say I don't make the judgments on when force is justifiable.
And I'm not asking you to. What I'm asking you really to do is to say that you have a right not to be a victim from anybody, including somebody with mental illness. You would agree with that?
I don't think mental illness plays a role in that setting.
Exactly. Because really, the only thing that plays a role is what is this person doing and what is these other people having to respond to, right? That's the only determination.
And I don't make a determination on that.
And you don't. That's right. So I'm not asking you to make the determination. I'm just saying that we can agree that that's the determination, and the mental illness doesn't have anything to do with that, right? As you said.
Again, I don't have an opinion on whether force was justified or not.
I'm not asking you to make that opinion, right? Because we have other people that are going to talk about that. But he asked you the question. The fact that she has schizophrenia, that's not any of these officers' fault either, is it?
I don't know that she has schizophrenia. It was reported to me.
Right. So, and if that report were true, and you said, no, it's not her fault because you're born with it, but it's not any of their fault either, is it?
Right. Someone does not give someone else schizophrenia.
Right. And they have to respond, regardless of mental health or intoxication, they have to respond to what is happening at the time, taking out mental health and anything else. You agree with that?
Again, I don't have an opinion on whether there should be a response or not.
They have to respond or not respond at the time. Do you see what I mean? They can respond or not respond at the time, but the mental health status of a person, it doesn't matter. That's not a part of the calculation. That's all I'm saying. I'm not asking you to justify anything or not justify. I'm saying that, and they asked the question, I don't know why, but what I'm saying is that, as you said, a person's mental health and their mental health capabilities and what's going on at the time, that doesn't matter if they're being dangerous to that calculation. You would agree to that?
You're asking me to make that calculation, which...
No, I'm not. I'm saying it doesn't matter to the calculation, not to make the calculation. I'm saying it's irrelevant to the calculation, and you would agree with that?
I'm saying I have no experience in making that calculation or what goes into it.
Okay. A person with schizophrenia can burn your house down, and your house is just as burned down as somebody without schizophrenia burning your house down. You would agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. A person with schizophrenia can shoot you in the face, and your face is shot just as much as it is with a person without schizophrenia. You agree with that?
Yes.
A person with schizophrenia can hit you in the head with a hammer, and your head is hit with a hammer just as bad and just as dangerously as a person without schizophrenia hitting you in the head with a hammer. You would agree with that?
Right. I'm saying it doesn't play into a calculation of...
And that's my point. I'll pass it away.
Doctor, a deadly weapon like a hammer doesn't know whether it's being wielded by a completely sane, sober, non-aggressive, non-violent person or somebody with schizophrenia, correct? The damage can be the same, no matter who's wielding it, if they're swinging it in a violent manner with bad intentions to hurt somebody, correct?
Many different people can swing a hammer and hurt someone else, yes.
Right. Thank you. No more questions.
No questions, Judge, thank you.
May he be excused.
Yes, sir. If you don't mind gathering up the documents and leaving them up on the ledge for the court report.
Judge Massey, go get them. Sure. It's on the table.
The record or no? Okay. Those aren't exhibits, right, Doctor?
Those are my documents.
Thank you.
The state would call evidence technician Karen Crane.
You have a seat today. All right, I'm going to swear you in, okay? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may lower your hand. You may need to adjust the microphone, okay? Can you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Yes, I'm crime scene investigator Crane. My last name is C-R-A-I-N.
How do you spell your first name out?
C-A-R-I-N is my first name. And my last name is C-R-A-I-N.
All right, state.
CSI Crane, how are you, sir? How long have you been a crime scene investigator with the San Antonio Police Department?
For a little over 17 and a half years.
17 and a half?
Yes, sir.
And can I ask if you could just briefly outline your training, experience, and qualifications?
We go through a 3-month academy, which is about between 360 and 400 hours of training. We do everything from taking photos, fingerprints, video, sketch, 3D scans, collecting evidence.
And are you equally proficient in all of those categories?
Yes, sir.
Were you working in your capacity as a crime scene investigator in the early morning hours of June 23rd, 2023?
Yes, sir.
And were you called into duty to work on a case?
I was dispatched to headquarters.
Thank you, ma'am. I apologize for my misphrase. You were dispatched to headquarters. Why were you dispatched to headquarters?
To stand by to process officers in reference to officer-involved shooting.
Okay. Did you go there alone?
No, CSI Oliva also was there.
Okay. You remember about what time you got to SAPD headquarters to stand by?
Around 2 o'clock.
Okay. And did you produce a report documenting your involvement at SAPD headquarters about 2 in the morning on June 23rd of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a copy of your report with you?
Yes, sir.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
And what I understand to be my copy of your report's about 4 pages long.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we got the same document. What did you and CSI Oliva do at the SAPD headquarters that morning?
We stood by until the officers arrived, and then she photographed each officer, and I collected their weapons and counted the rounds that were in their weapon and the magazine.
Okay. And And you said CSI Oliva took photographs?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibits number 175, 176, and 177 for identification. Do you recognize the individuals who are in State's Exhibits 175 through 177 for identification?
Yes, sir.
Are these the 3 officers whose weapons you collected and whom CSI Oliva photographed that day?
Yes, sir.
Tender States 175, 76, and 77 for identification to defense for inspection, and move to introduce 175, 6, and 7 into evidence.
I'd like to take the witness on board, Art.
Yes.
Ms. Crane, if I call you Ms. Crane, do I call you Ms. Crane or CSI Crane?
Either way.
Okay. Were these photographs taken before they were reissued new weapons?
Those photos were taken when they arrived at headquarters.
Okay, but you understand that in an officer-involved shooting, their weapons are collected and then they're given new weapons to replace the ones that are placed into evidence, correct?
As far as I know, that doesn't have anything to do with what I do.
I know, but I'm asking you, do you know that you took photographs of the weapons they had before, or were these photographs taken of the weapons that they were given afterwards by the armory?
Those are taken of the weapons that they had when they arrived at headquarters that night.
Did you take any photographs of the ones of these officers when they were given replacement weapons? That's what I'm asking.
No, sir.
Okay, no problems. We will pass. No objection, Judge.
All right, they're limited.
No objection from us.
All right, there's no.
who was the first officer that you worked with? Whose was the first weapon you collected?
Villalobos.
And is that Officer Villalobos who's been identified?
I only see the bottom half. Yes, sir.
And that's State's Exhibit number 175. State's Exhibit number 176. Is that Defendant Alejandro?
Yes, sir.
And then State's Exhibit 177. Is that Defendant Flores?
Yes, sir.
Now, you collected Officer Villalobos' firearm. What did you do with it? Once you collected it, what did you do with it?
Once it was made safe, it was laid out, photos were taken of the firearm, and then a round count was done of how many, one in the chamber, and then however many were in the magazine.
And in determining, are you generally familiar with how SAPD officers start a tour of duty? What is their basic load of ammunition in their firearm?
There should be one in the chamber and 17 in the magazine.
Okay, so their firearms have 17-round magazines,
Yes, sir.
all right? And briefly describe how it is they get 18 total in the firearm and magazine.
Well, one would have to be loaded into the chamber and then take the magazine out and put another one in for there to be 17.
Okay, so they put a 17-round mag in, chamber a round, eject the magazine, replace that round, and then put 17 back into the weapon, correct?
Yes, sir. As far as I know, that's how they should be.
And how many extra magazines do they typically carry?
2.
And so, 2 17-round mags, 18 in the weapon, a total of 52 rounds.
Yes.
And so, and is that how you started your count, your inventory when you looked at Officer Villalobos' weapon?
They make it safe and one comes out, and then I count how many are left in the magazine.
Okay.
And then the other magazines, they are counted separately after that, the firearm and that magazine is collected as evidence.
Okay. And after performing that count, how many rounds were in Officer Villalobos' magazine? I mean weapon, I'm sorry.
In his firearm, there was 1 in the chamber and 14 in the magazine.
And may I approach your Honor?
Yes.
So, after you identified the count, and how many total rounds did you determine with Officer Villalobos' weapon?
1 in the chamber, 14 in the magazine removed from the firearm, and 17 in each additional magazine.
All right, and so by my count, from 52, he had, he had 49 rounds left. Is that what you counted?
I don't count them that way. I count them the way that I,
How many were missing for Officer Villalobos?
3.
3. And were there pictures taken of Officer Villalobos' firearm?
Yes.
Whose was the next officer's weapon that you checked?
Sergeant Flores.
And did you follow the same process to count Sergeant Flores's?
Yes.
Okay. And how many rounds were missing from Sergeant Flores's weapon?
Let's see. 3.
And then did you take pictures of Sergeant Flores's weapon?
Yes, sir.
And then finally, did you repeat that process again with Officer Alejandro's weapon?
Yes. 1 in the chamber, 7 in the mag. And then the extra 2 had 17.
And so he had how many rounds have been expended?
10.
What do you do with that information once you determine the round count? And first off, besides yourself and CSI Oliva, who else is in the room when this process is happening?
The homicide sergeant.
You remember who that was?
Yes, it was Sergeant Whittaky.
And he is observing and witnessing the counts and the photograph and the
Yes,
photography?
as it's being done, then the information is being given to him.
What do you do with the information once you determine the number of rounds that have been expended from each weapon?
We contact the CSIs that are already out at the scene where it's occurred,
And why is that information important to the CSIs?
so that they know how many spent casings they need to locate.
Now, you testified that there are, on your report, after you take photographs of the weapons, what are you specifically photographing on each weapon?
Both sides of it and the serial number.
Okay? And is that serial number a unique identifier to that weapon?
Yes,
Okay? Did you document the serial numbers of the weapons that were photographed on your report?
yes.
Look
Well,
at-
they're documented in the property sheet part of it.
All right, is that page 2 of your report?
Yes.
And what are the serial numbers that you've listed on page 2 of your report? The first one is, just read it, just tell me what the number is.
NMP 8375, NMR 3596, NMR 7965.
After you collected the weapons, you documented their serial numbers, what do you do next?
Then after that, we download and do a round count of their extra magazines, and they're photographed.
All right. And so the photograph first and the round counts,
Yes,
okay? Aside from taking the photographs that you all took of the officers, the round counts, and how do you conduct the extra round counts? Just describe it briefly to the jury.
they're counted out and put into what the rounds would come in a box, an empty one. The rounds are counted out into that, and it's photographed to show how many were there.
Okay, so that is also documented.
Yes.
After the process is over, what do you do with the extra magazines?
They're returned to the officers.
What do you do with the weapons after you have taken them and determined the number of expended shells?
We collect them, then we take them back to the crime scene unit, and that's where they're packaged. And once they're packaged up, then they are placed in the secure property room at 401 South Frio. And then after that, because at night, the next day is when the property room personnel come and they collect all the evidence and take it back to the main property room.
Okay, and is that transport between the property room at the crime investigator's office, you already said it's secured?
Yes.
And the movement to the main property room, is that also done with SAPD personnel and security?
That's done with property room personnel.
The evidence that you collected, the 3 weapons, do you enter that ultimately into what is it called, the Q1 evidence report?
It's entered into file on queue.
Is that what produces?
File on queue.
And that's based on the input you have for the evidence you collected?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the file on queue report for this case?
Not the whole page. Oh, yes, I do.
Alrighty. And you have a total of 6 pages?
I have a total of 4 pages with my report.
I'm talking about the file on queue report.
No, I don't have that. I just have where it's attached to my report.
Alright. So those 3 serial numbers you identified. What is the serial number that your report reflects for Sergeant Flores? What is that serial number?
NMP 8375. Oh wait, that's not it. His should be NMR 7965 for Sergeant Flores. Which should be my E2.
So that's what I understand. Ma'am, I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 180 for identification. Can you tell me what State's 180 for identification is?
It's one of the officer's firearms.
Okay. Are you able to read the serial number that's in the picture?
Not the whole thing.
In the future, you need to bring a magnifying glass. For the record, Your Honor, I am tendering State's Exhibit number 181 for identification. It is a notice of business record affidavit from a Blanca Hall, San Antonio Police Department. It was filed with the court on April 29th, 2024. Contains a signed hand receipt for an M&P, a Smith & Wesson M&P 9mm weapon that was issued to defendant Flores on April 19th of 2023. Self-authenticating document, it is what it purports to be. Moved it. And I'm now showing.
I would like to see the document.
On behalf of Alfred Flores,
I didn't hear you. On behalf of,
Alfred Flores, we have no objection. Thank you.
We have no objections to Villalobos, Judge. The state is represented to us is going to be the same for Nathan Villalobos.
Yes,
We have no objection.
and so the hand receipt for defendant Alejandro is states 182, and for defendant Villalobos it states 183.
there be no objections?
I'd like to see 182.
So you're moving to admit 181, 182, and 183?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, Your Honor, the exception of the fact that the subscribe date could not have had this cause number on it. The 2023 CR 11510B, it's impossible for it to have the cause number on the original document if this was sworn on the 5th of December 2023. If they're agreeing to scratch that out, we have no objection.
And for the record, Your Honor, it was the date on the document is approximately 5 days before indictment. It does have the judicial number that underlies the indicted cause number. And for comedy, I would scratch out.
Just so to make sure that the original document could not have had the cause number in this case.
I acknowledge it does have the underlying judicial number that is consistent with the indicted cause number in this case. I will scratch out the cause number in this case.
All right.
for states 182.
So after that, would there be any objection to 182?
No objection with that understanding that that's an impossibility for the original document to have that.
All right, so states 181, 182, and 183 are admitted.
Hand me the marker, please. Yes, held it up. Okay. So, ma'am, from the evidence queue report, what was the serial number for Sergeant Flores' weapon?
NMR 7965.
Okay, and I'm showing you States Exhibit 181, hand receipt. For the name on the hand receipt is Alfred Flores. And what is the serial number for the hand receipt signed Alfred Flores?
NMR 7965.
And is that the same number that you took and photographed on June 23rd of 2023?
CSI Oliva took all the photos.
She took the photos, but you collected
I was
that
there.
weapon from
Yes.
Sergeant
I'm
Flores?
sorry, I didn't hear you.
I apologize. You took that serial number weapon from Officer Flores, Sergeant Flores, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
What is the serial number for the weapon you took from Officer Villalobos?
NMP 8375.
I'm showing you what has been marked as States Exhibit number 179 for identification. What is the serial number on States 179 for identification?
Looks like it's NMR 8375.
Okay? And would you check your Q report? Did you write NMR or NMP
No, it says on mine NMP.
for the serial number? Looking at the evidence Q report. Officer Villalobos, what is that serial number?
NMR 8375.
Okay. And is that the same serial number that is on the hand receipt that is States 183?
Yes.
Okay. So the weapon you collected on June 23rd is a weapon that was hand signed for by Officer Villalobos earlier.
Yes.
And what is the number of the weapon you took from Officer Alejandro? Look at your evidence Q report.
I don't think I have the full one in my papers.
full evidence queue report?
Yes.
Okay. What is the serial number of the weapon you collected from Officer Alejandro?
NMR 3596.
I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 178 for identification. What is State's 178 for identification?
NMR 35. I can't read what the rest of it is. 3596 is what it
Okay.
looks like.
And is that the same serial number on your evidence queue report?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm showing you what has been admitted into evidence as State's 82, a hand receipt. What is the name of the officer there?
Eleazar Alejandro.
And what is the serial number he signed for?
NMR 3596.
And pictures were taken, can you read that serial number?
NMR 3596.
Move to introduce States 179 and 178 into evidence. I tender them to the defense for inspection.
No objection, Judge.
Now published, Judge.
Yes, and they're admitted.
So I'm showing what is marked as State's Exhibit number 182, a hand receipt for Officer Alejandro. Shows serial number 3596. Are you able to see that serial number?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is that serial number again?
NMR 3596.
Okay. And that is Exhibit 178. The hand receipt for Defendant Villalobos states 183. And the photograph that is states 179. You able to read that serial number?
NMR 8375.
And you testified the three officers you took weapons from. It's Officer Villalobos first, then Sergeant Flores, and then Officer Alejandro, correct?
Yes, sir.
The third picture that was taken that night, that would be the weapon for Sergeant Flores, correct?
The one that you're showing me now would be
What is Sergeant Flores' serial number?
NMR 7965.
Now that we've used technology for a magnifying glass, can you make out that serial number?
NMR 7965.
And what is his serial number again? For Sergeant Flores?
NMR 7965.
And how many rounds were expended by Sergeant Flores? From your original round?
My original round count, he had 1 in the chamber, 14 in the mag. So he's missing 3.
Officer Alejandro?
One in the chamber, 7 in the magazine.
And so he's missing how many?
10.
And his serial number was what again?
NMR 3596.
And finally, what was the round count for Officer Villalobos?
1 in the chamber and 14 in the magazine, so he's missing 30.
And that serial number was?
I think your sheet has the correct one on it. Mine has like a misprint. It's in my report.
Okay. And I'll ask you to look at the evidence Q report.
NMR 8375.
Your Honor, I would mark the exhibit was the next number. Number 184 for demonstrative purposes.
Okay.
Aside from performing the round counts of all the weapons, taking the weapons and entering them into evidence, well, obviously, did we actually ask you to bring any items of evidence here to court with you today?
Yes, sir.
And what did you bring?
The 3 firearms that I collected.
Is that what's in the bag that you carried in here with you
Yes,
today?
sir.
Can we bring those out? Do you need scissors? Whose scissors out of you? There's some up there.
There's some scissors up here.
Okay, so this is the first thing you're gonna pull out. What is that first item?
It's my E1. It's Officer Villalobos' firearm and the rounds.
All right, and what is our next number?
185.
How do you know it's your E1?
My initials and badge number are on the evidence tape to seal it.
Okay. Now, what's inside of going to mark that exterior is states 185 for identification. Now, what's inside states 185 for identification?
The firearm, the magazine, and all the rounds that came out of the firearm and the magazine.
Okay, if you would open up 185 for identification, we will mark everything inside. first thing you pulled out?
This must have been put in by the lab.
First content is a small box. It says 9mm SR. Is that serial number? What serial number did you read there?
The serial number right here,
Yes.
NMR 8375.
NMR 8375. So this goes with that weapon. So it's a small box. I'm going to label it 185A. Next is an envelope. What does the envelope contain?
The round taken out of the chamber.
Okay. The outer envelope we're going to call 185B. It's the outer envelope. Then 185C will be the round from out of the chamber. Or better yet, 185B1 will be the round taken out of the chamber. What else is inside 185B?
The magazine taken out of the firearm.
Okay. I'm going to mark the magazine as 185B2. What else is inside 185B?
The rounds taken out of the magazine.
Count the rounds that are in loose and inside the envelope that is 185B.
You want me to count them now?
Just count them now.
3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Count 11 rounds.
I'm not sure.
Just put them in the bag one by one. 185B. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. 12 loose rounds on 185B. And the box that states 185A. States 185A. You did not collect that.
No.
Okay. So we have 185B that has 185B1, 185B2, and 185A from a subsequent search. It has a date. What date do you see on the back of 185A?
I don't see a date.
On the back.
I don't think that's a date. It just has,
Right there.
oh, right here, 9/11 of 23.
So states 185B, I'm putting 185A, B1 and B2 back inside 185B, and 185A is going back into the exterior envelope of 185. What is the next item?
The firearm,
Okay. And how do you know it's the firearm you collected?
because it has 9 digits on it.
Going to mark this packaging as 185D.
Already have 185B.
No, D, Delta.
85B.
If you would open up the firearm. You can come over and inspect this so we can make sure it is. I understand it is, but
Yeah, I see this, okay.
and so the exterior of 185D, which is the firearm, and what are its contents? What is the contents? Contents, what is this?
This is the firearm collected.
And that would be the firearm you collected from Officer Villalobos on June 23rd, 2023.
Yes, sir.
Place it back into its bag.
Mr. Harris, did you mark the firearm?
Nope, thank you. We will call the firearm, mark the firearm as 185E1 Delta 1.
Thank you.
Can you point that gun in a different direction, Judge? I mean, that's just
Apologies.
gun safety rule number 1.
Yes.
Apologies. Might need some extra tape. All right, I think that's sealed. What is the next item you brought?
E2 that was collected from Sergeant Flores.
And so, how do you know it's what you collected from Sergeant Flores?
My initials and badge number are right here.
Okay. You will mark this package as 186 on the exterior packaging. All right. You would open one F states 186 for identification, please. record, what did you pull out of 186 for identification? I count, how many packages? 3 packages. You have a small package. And what is that date written on the package? Can you tell that date?
I can see 9/11, looks like 23.
Okay, so that would be something from a subsequent search. I'm gonna mark that as a small package as 186A. What is the next item? It's an envelope.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna mark that envelope as 186 Bravo. What's inside 186 Bravo?
The round from the chamber.
We'll mark that as 186 Bravo 1. What else?
The magazine.
186 Bravo 2. What's the final thing you pulled out of 186 Bravo?
The rounds that would have came out of the magazine.
Okay, are they all out?
Yes.
All right, count them as they go back in. 1,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12.
Was that 12 for Officer Villalobos? Does that track with your initial report from June 23rd of 2023?
Yes, but these little boxes were not put in there by me.
Yes.
I'm just Crane. So are those 12 rounds from one of the magazines that was in the gun at the time, or his spare mag?
No, that's from what was in his gun.
And how many were issued to him initially? How many
18.
rounds? 18 minus 3 would be how many left over?
Would be 15.
And you just counted 12?
Yes, and the one that was in the chamber.
So that would be 13?
Yes, so there's,
Where are the other 2?
that's what I don't know. This package has been opened by someone other than me.
Okay, so
After
there's
I-
rounds missing though.
There should be 13, there was 13, and there should be one more, or 2 more. So I don't know what's in these boxes.
Yes, ma'am, I did the
Yes.
math, but I'm asking, that math doesn't add up on what we're doing right now in front of this jury, right? There's rounds missing.
There's rounds missing, but the package has been opened by someone else.
And it's not you.
No.
And that would be considered chain of custody, and you didn't break that chain of custody,
No.
correct? Thank you.
Once I turned it in, just like this with my initials on it, and then there's also,
Yes,
it's been
ma'am.
opened by other people.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm shaking what is marked as states 186A and
Sorry, what's that?
186A. You hear several objects inside 186A,
Yes,
and it came out of 186, and this jury's heard evidence there was a subsequent search warrant, and it's stored inside this package, correct?
yes, but I don't know what's in that box.
I understand. You do not know. Placing all the contents back inside 186B. And then what's the final thing?
The firearm itself.
Okay. And mark the exterior packaging is 186C, Charlie. And if you would open it, please. Firearm is 185 C1.
186?
I stand corrected, 186. Place it back in the bag. Place that back inside 106. 186 Bravo. And what is the final package?
E3,
Okay. And what is your E3?
Officer Alejandro's firearm.
Okay. You see your initials on it from June 23rd?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna mark that as 187. Identification. You can cut it open. So what is the first thing we pulled out of 187?
The small box.
Okay, this small box. As I shake it, do you hear multiple objects inside?
Yes, sir.
And what is the date on the small box, which will be marked 187A, Alpha?
9/11/23.
Is that the same date that you saw on the small box that was inside 186 and 185? Do
Yes,
you
sir.
remember it? So the small box of apparent rounds is marked 187 Alpha. For identification, what is the next thing? An envelope. We'll mark that envelope as 187B, or Bravo. Out of 187B, you pulled what?
The round from the chamber.
We'll mark that as 187B1. What else do you find?
The magazine.
You marked the magazine as 187B2. Cut 5 loose rounds.
Yes.
Inside 187B. All the contents have been placed back inside 187B. And what remains?
The firearm itself.
On that outer packaging, I'll mark that as 187C.
Hold on, let me see. Check.
Okay, and this is the firearm,
Yes, sir.
and we will mark it as 187 Charlie 1. Place that back inside its envelope. Your Honor, the state would move
No objection, Judge.
lawful 185 and all subparts 186, 187, and all subparts into evidence, tendered all to defense for inspection.
Alfred, Flores, no objection, Judge.
No objection from the latest part.
All right, they're all admitted.
CSI Crane, aside from participating, from collecting the weapons on June 23rd and bringing them here to court today, did you have anything else to do with this matter?
No, sir.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. I pass the witness.
All right, and with that, members of the jury, at 6 o'clock, 6:01 actually, we'll go ahead and break for the day. Tomorrow we'll be here no later than 10:45 in the morning. We'll get you on 10:45, go through the rest of the day. All right, y'all have a good evening. See you tomorrow.
All right, for the jury.